microphone is not on yet. Hello? Hello.
Does it work? Yeah,
Yes.
now it works.
Now
I can.
we're here.
Okay, nice. Please, everybody to their seats.
Welcome, everybody. Thanks so much that you all attended to the Stance4Health final conference. We have the topic, taking a stance for health, personalized nutrition for public health. We are very excited to have this event day here with you. I think we have a great panel of speakers. We have great panel discussions prepared for you today. And now, Camilla, I don't know.
Well, Stefan,
First of all, I'm sorry, not so rude. I expected that you by now all know me by the countless emails you received. Exactly, I'm sorry. So my name is Stefan. This is Camilla, my colleague from EURFIC, the European Food Information Council.
We would like to, as Stefan said, to welcome everybody. It's been a great effort of all the partners involved in the project to get to this point. We are also live streaming, so hi to everybody that it's online. We will let you know that you will have the possibility to raise your questions and contact us via Slido. We're also going to introduce you now to Dan. In each of the sessions, we're gonna have a couple of minutes after the presentations to answer the questions from here, from the live audience, but also from the online audience. To start with this and to get you familiar with it, we're gonna have just a relaxed exercise of this, so you get more familiar with it. So you have to go either to your browser or to your phone and write slido.com. The password is, or the keyword is hashtag S4H.
Capital S for capital H. I think that makes a difference,
capital.
Actually, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the QR code, you can scan it. So you're going to receive some questions, and we're going to get the questions from the people online also here when it comes to time. And let's try it on.
Maybe if we can start the first question.
The code S4H,
yeah.
like stands for help. Yes, quite smart.
You can tell we had a
couple
of brainstorming going on for that. Yeah.
So you can see the first question in your phones or your browsers. From which country are you from?
And we see a lot of Belgians here right now. I'm not very surprised by that because we are here from Brussels. But also, look at that. We have some Germans there as well. Perfect. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Germany, Italy being the follow-up from Belgium here. From Greece, Croatia, France, Spain as well, yeah.
Is it possible
12 points, go
to show it here? Okay. You're going to see it on the screen soon. And well, in the meanwhile, anything that you need during the day, any questions you have, you can come to Stefan, to me, also Matteo, if you can.
Yes.
Where are you? You're over there. Yeah,
Matteo is Matteo in the back.
So where are you? And then also the people from Comet, they're with the light blue T-shirts. So anything you need, you can approach them as well.
Okay.
Here.
26 participants there so far. I think we have a good Europe, yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Okay.
I think we have a good overview here as well. It seems to work great. So Let's go to the next question. We would like to know where you are following us from. Well, of course, for the participants on site, it's quite obvious that you're following us from here. So are you in your office? Are you at home? Are you maybe on the tram to your workstation?
Or
in the lab could also be, yes.
Yeah, or in the tram to here.
Or in the tram to here, so that we know how many seats.
To arrive here from the airport.
Row 5.
Exactly. Taxi could also be.
Who is that one?
Perfect. Maybe.
Done. Wow.
Let's have it a little bit longer open, also to cover the delay from the people from online participants. Home office. Home office seems to be quite a popular place these days. Or we really have someone from the lab. That's exciting.
Wow,
I would love to see how that looks like now.
Okay, home winning.
To the lab person, if you can post a picture on Twitter with the hashtag Stance4Health, thank you very much.
Okay, well, this is an exercise just to see if it works correctly. The idea, we have to know that the questions from the online audience are going to get to us 15 minutes, 15 seconds a little bit later. So we always have to wait for them a little bit more. So the third question was, what's your area of expertise? We can...
Yeah, we have different options here. You can choose multiple even, in case you have multiple areas of expertise, of course. And nutrition, other. I would expect a little bit more on the technological side, actually, but let's see, maybe that changes in a little bit.
Maybe more in the afternoon?
Maybe more in the afternoon, of course. That's true.
Okay. Wow.
Okay.
50%.
Seems great.
Okay. Well,
Fantastic.
we know it works, so we're ready to start. So I think we're going to give...
You can repeat this after the session.
We can, if we have time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, indeed.
You know, because it can modify.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially online, there's several people that they join a couple of sessions. Maybe they have another meeting, then they're joining afterwards. You know how it works. So let's see. And yeah, let's start the day. Thank you so much. And here we have...
We would welcome on stage the coordinator of the Stance4Health project, Jose Angel Rufián Fernández. Excuse me. It doesn't matter. Jose, the stage is yours, and we're looking forward to your introduction to the event today.
Thank you so much, Jose.
A big applause for them. So good morning, everyone. You know that I cannot do the things better than them because of, Camila and Stefan and Camila, and Mateo also, okay? Was suffering the last days, the organization of this last meeting. So I think that for sure if everything is running in the right side, okay, this will be of the hard work of them. And if everything fails, this is not about me, okay? This could be the weather or whatever, okay? But don't look at me. So thank you so much for organizing the event, okay? And welcome to stay here today. This is not a formal meeting. I mean, we are recording and many people is looking at us through the internet, but we are here like a family, okay? So if you want to ask whatever, don't leave your question in your mind, okay? Just ask. Make a dynamic session here, okay? Of course, if you want to wait to the questions part after each of the presentations, it's right. But if you have something strange inside you that you cannot wait for make a question, just raise your hand, okay? And say, Jose, I don't know what are you talking about, okay? I will try to do my best to explain this, okay? So, today, we have a very nice, stressful day with different presentations, discussing about the use of personalized nutrition, okay? And the last improvements on this with our project and other projects across the world in this matter, okay? You have the clicker there. Yeah, here, the presenter. Yes. This suppose, okay. I will just make a brief introduction about what is this session, and then I will introduce the other speakers, okay, in order to let you know who are there and what are they going to talk about, okay? So, this case, more or less in my case, just a very short presentation about talking about the use of personalized nutrition to tackling non-communicable diseases, okay, in the world, which is a very big issue in the last decades, and we're trying to solve this with personalized nutrition. And in my case, I'm going just to briefly introduce our project, okay? Stance4Health, which is the acronym of Smart Technologies for Personalized Nutrition and Consumer Engagement. That means our project, what is it about, okay? It's the development, the use of different technologies, smart technologies, in order to try to develop a complete personalized nutrition service that is trying to engage the consumer, because if something is not used, it doesn't matter. The money we use for that is wasted, okay? So this is why it is this project about, okay? This is one of the 4 projects that were successfully funded by the European Commission in this specific topic about personalized nutrition. And the special situation of our project is the use of the gut microbiota composition and functionality, and trying to unravel how can we use it in personalized nutrition, okay? So this is a project with 19 partners, with 10 research centers. We have also 8 companies working on this, because you need to keep in mind that this is not a research project. It's an innovation action. That means that we are developing different approaches that could be commercial in the future, okay? Some of them are already commercial, okay? To be used to reach the consumers. This is quite important. We also have an NGO, Sample, IFIC, okay, is also involved here in order to spread the communication and dissemination part of the project. So, in our case, trying to pass to the next slide, if it wants to do that, okay? If not, my friends from the other part can move to the next slide, okay? Okay, so I told you that our project is about personalized nutrition and the consumer engagement, but which are the main objectives of our project? Keep in mind that we are developing this personalized nutrition service through, first, trying to define a high-quality definition of the metabolic network of the gut microbiome, and how can we integrate this metabolic network with the human being, okay? I will talk a little bit more about this in the next presentations, okay? But you will see how can we integrate this. The second, for sure, very important, the development of different food composition databases, okay? Including different countries, European countries, and from across the world, trying to build a very big food composition database of regular foods, but also commercial foods. They are very important because of these commercial foods are not usually taken into account in the regular food composition databases. The development of a database software, an app, an app, okay, to be used by consumers to develop, to follow a personalized nutrition service, okay? Then, which more? The customized production of foods, supplements, metabolomic tests to allow to reach this personalized nutrition service and to take informed decisions about nutrition. Then, of course, very important to unravel how the consumers see the personalized nutrition. They are open-minded to accept the personalized nutrition. We have several partners working on this. It is very important input because of sometimes scientists can do their best, but if the consumer doesn't trust on what we are offering, our solution, they will never use it, okay? Very important. And finally, the validation of this smart personalized nutrition service in adults and children. We will talk a little bit more about this, okay? So this is what is about our project, our Stance4Health project, and we have a complex distribution of many groups working together, okay, and interacting among them, but this is just a clear picture. What we are doing is working with the microbiome to develop this metabolic network, then to integrate this solution into the app, and also working with the different food composition databases. Our colleagues of the Social Sciences Consumer are also giving us inputs about how consumers see the approaches we are using, and for sure, taking into account the development of enriched foods and supplements for this personalized nutrition. And all of them integrated in the different tests with adults and children. This is what we are, okay? And what we have been doing since 2018, okay? So, what we are going to do today is just to have different sessions about personalized nutrition and coping with different approaches. The first one, we will discuss about how to use personalized nutrition in non-communicable diseases in Europe, okay? Then we have a nice coffee break. Just during the coffee break, we can even follow discussions or questions or whatever in a more informal manner. But I told you, we are not here formal. We can discuss if you want. Then, after the coffee break, we will have the second session, okay, about talking about how is the interaction of nutrition, the gut microbiome, how can we use them for non-communicable diseases. You will see more in a deeper manner what are we doing and what can be done, okay? And this is very important because of here we will have a panel discussion about these speeches we are going to have, and for sure we can move the topic of our discussions depending on your preferences, okay? We have something in mind, but we can talk about whatever you prefer. Well, then the lunch break, hopefully at 12:30, okay? We'll see, depending on the discussions we will have here. And then, during our digestion and fermentation step, we will try to be a little bit more active in order to avoid you are getting a little bit asleep or whatever, okay? We'll see. What can we do? And then we will talk about, okay, custom cuisine. We said, okay, personalized nutrition and the science underneath. Well, we have here the input of our colleagues from social sciences, the developer of the iDiet APP, okay, talking again about how implementing the knowledge about the gut microbiota, developing of products, and then how can we reach this to the market. And finally, a general discussion about the challenges we are suffering and what we will have in the future, okay? Try a small closer, okay? Don't worry about this. I don't have a slides for this part, okay? I think you will see a lot of slides during the day. Any question here? Not yet? Okay, you are still centering what I'm talking about. So, this was just the first presentation, just introduction, and then it's my pleasure to introduce to you, to Professor Mary Ward. You can come here, don't worry. You can give her an applause, please. Yes, for you. It's professor from the Ulster University, okay? You can change if you want the presentation, yeah. And she's going to talk about, okay, how to cope with non-communicable diseases about personalized nutrition. I prefer to be not so formal, discussing about her impressive CV or whatever, it doesn't matter. She's a very big expert and also friend to be here today, okay? So, Mary, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And the floor is yours for the time you want, okay?
Perfect. Thank you very much, Jose. That's great. I might move to this side. I think it's maybe a little bit easier for me. Yeah. So thank you very much. I feel like a little bit of an intruder. And oh, no.
Excuse me. Just one very small detail. I'll just like to let also the people online know that you can still continue to use the Slido, and we will collect the questions for the speakers through Slido. If we have questions on site, we will see if people want to have on-person questions here. But otherwise, we will collect the questions for the speakers, and we see how much time we have. If we don't have enough time, we will still collect, and we will give the answer then in a written form at the after the follow-up of the conference. Okay, sorry, Mary, the stage is yours.
Something more, Stefan. I told you this is not too formal, okay? This is the way we behave usually. This is the start, okay? We will talk about this, okay? Our all, okay? Veronica, you will introduce the owl. Yeah. You will see, okay? This is our wise owl. It is quite related with the app and the children, okay, of the interventions. But we will talk about this. Mary, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here, and thank you very much to Stefan and Camilla and Matteo for inviting me to be part of this very exciting program. I'm really looking forward to today. So for the next 15 minutes or so, I am going to talk about some of the work that we've been doing at Ulster in relation to personalised nutrition, and set it in the context of non-communicable diseases. So first of all, for the first few minutes, just one slide on what is personalised nutrition. And I know that we could spend the whole day discussing what exactly that is. And then maybe to go through some of the aspects of personalised nutrition in the context of the work that we do at Ulster, and focusing on riboflavin for today. So I'll talk about some work on gene-nutrient interactions, nutrient-nutrient interactions, a little bit on health practitioners, not much time in 15 minutes, and just one slide on the challenges going ahead. So for this audience, I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on what is personalised nutrition, because really it means different things to different people. And, you know, we've had lots of different definitions proposed that try to capture what it is we mean and understand. We've also had different levels proposed. But I think for all of us, really what the focus is trying to target advice to support individuals to change and maintain a healthy, balanced dietary intake that meets their personal requirement. But what makes that very confusing is that we have very many things to consider within this. So there is individual variation, and I know in the Stance4Health project you have been considering that, and it's going to be very exciting to hear the data emerging today from the microbiome. So to talk through maybe some of these variations, I am going to introduce you to my favorite nutrient, riboflavin, a somewhat overlooked nutrient, and maybe more important than some people recognize. And I will give two examples of how we can consider riboflavin in relation to personalized nutrition. The first example is a gene nutrient example, it's set in the context of hypertension, which we know is one of the major non-communicable diseases. This is a paper, from the Lancet, which shows us that despite everything we know about hypertension, treatment and control rates are still far from optimal. So there are many other factors that must be going on in hypertension that we need to give our attention to. And genetics are clearly one of them. In this GWAS, genome-wide association study, 8 separate loci were identified, and one of those loci was around the MTH, I keep pressing the pointer, the MTHFR gene, which I'm going to focus on today. And the prevalence of this polymorphism varies depending on where you live in the world. So for example, for some people, it's virtually non-existent, whereas if you live in Mexico, 1 in 3 people carry this polymorphism, which really is putting them at a much increased risk of hypertension. And so what this graph tells us is that there are other factors impacting this polymorphism, and those must be environmental factors if you think about that graph. So we've been interested at Ulster in MTHFR for many years, and in order for MTHFR to work effectively, this is the folate cycle, it's part of 1-carbon metabolism, MTHFR requires the B vitamin riboflavin. And in people who carry this polymorphism that I'm talking about, their ability to bind riboflavin is affected. So they have an enzyme that works less efficiently. So we looked at MTHFR in relation to blood pressure in a cohort of premature cardiovascular disease patients. And we reported what others have seen, that if you carry this polymorphism, both your systolic and diastolic blood pressure are significantly higher. But what was very novel about the work that we did was we were the first people to show that if you gave riboflavin just at the dietary level, that you were able to significantly lower your blood pressure. But this was confined only to the people who carried this TT genotype. So this is where the gene and the nutrient are interacting. We went on to repeat this work in 2 separate studies, and we can see that there is variation in the response. We don't fully understand why, but age may be a factor. We were also able to look at this polymorphism in relation to blood pressure across the life cycle. So we have a very nice large Irish cohort of over 66,000 adults. And we showed that from as young as age 18, if you carry this TT genotype, which is the red line, your blood pressure is significantly higher than if you didn't. When you start to get older, other factors interfering with blood pressure come into play and the waters get a little bit muckier. But certainly, your risk right throughout your life course is slightly higher. And this would never be picked up because you're falling well below the cutoff for hypertension, but you get to be hypertensive faster. And this is true for systolic and diastolic blood pressure. We then also were able in that cohort to look at the impact of riboflavin and that association and showed that in people who had poor riboflavin status, this is observational data, that their risk was 3 times higher if they carried this gene. So there is clearly a gene-nutrient effect going on here. And when you give riboflavin, the lowering that you see compares very well with other lifestyle factors that come into play. So that's very important. Moving on then to my nutrient example, riboflavin is also required in a separate metabolic pathway for the generation of active vitamin B6 or PLP. So what that means is that you can have a good vitamin B6 intake, but if you don't have enough riboflavin, there is a risk that you may not be able to convert it into its active form. So that's where dietary intake alone won't tell you about your status. So here we hypothesized that if you had a low riboflavin intake, and this is based on a small randomized controlled trial we carried out many years ago, that your vitamin B6 would also be lower. Again, we looked in this large population of Irish adults, which we had biomarker data for, and we demonstrated that if we subdivided them into classes of riboflavin status based on biomarker status, and demonstrated that if you had low riboflavin status, that this also resulted in a low concentration of vitamin B6. And this was irrespective of your gender or your age. So this was right across the board. That was interesting data. The situation got worse if you superimposed the MTHFR TT genotype onto that. So if you had the TT and were deficient in riboflavin, you have significantly lower PLP. This is observational. We've got to prove it with randomized controlled trial, but it does have implications for setting RDAs for the likes of EFSA and different bodies like that. I can't talk much about attitudes of health practitioners, but just to say that we did some work with general practitioners, medical doctors, across 2 jurisdictions. So you know uniquely on the island of Ireland, we have the UK Health Service and the Irish Health Service. And we recruited GPs and asked them some questions about personalised nutrition. And what they told us overwhelmingly was that they were in favour of the concept. However, rather than just give riboflavin, which has no upper limit, it's not harmful, they would prefer a targeted approach. So as Jose said, we need to work with industry to find nice ways, point of care testing, that we can help GPs and medical practitioners to develop risk scores for diseases like hypertension. And here you can see, you know, the very positive comments that the medical practitioners had in relation to the whole concept. So in terms of the challenges and future directions, we need accessible data and we need it to be harmonized. We need to find out where the gaps are, and in terms of the work that we do with riboflavin, you might be surprised to hear that this is actually quite difficult. If you look across Europe, the UK and Ireland are the only countries that report riboflavin status at a national level. I think also Germany might have some data, but we have very little data. And surprisingly, you can see that unlike the developing countries where we have full-blown riboflavin deficiency, and this is all measured in our laboratory back at Ulster, there is clear evidence of suboptimal status of riboflavin in different populations. If that impacts, it's not full-blown deficiency, so people aren't worried about it, but if we can show that it impacts on non-communicable diseases like hypertension, then we should be worried about it, and we should find a way to try and incorporate that into our personalised nutrition plans. We were lucky enough to, through a JPI-funded project, I led a project with colleagues from UBC in Canada to really try and interrogate this a little bit and to try to develop some new accessible markers. So there will be some nice data coming out on that in the near future. And this is an example, like Stance4Health, how by coming together, we can generate much better data. We need to not just work as nutritionists, we need to work with our industry partners, we need to work with data analysts, we need to work with artificial intelligence to try and develop our biomarkers and then work them into personalised plans. So going forward, I totally agree, we need a multi-actor approach. We need to work with industry, our stakeholders, our consumers. We need innovative solutions. We have to develop point-of-care testing. We have to be able to find out where gaps are in the data and fill those gaps. And we need education. Overwhelmingly, when you look at medical practitioners, they embrace these concepts, but they feel inadequate in terms of translating it to their patients. And with that, I would like to finish. And thank you for your attention. And I'm really looking forward to the day and hearing all about the fantastic project that you've been working on for the past number of years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary.
A lot of information.
Yeah, very interesting information. Quick, because you have much more in your brain, but we don't have too much time to explain about this. Any questions here in the room? Yes, please.
If I can have one on your...
Doesn't matter if they're going to give you the microphone.
Oh, okay. For the people at home or in the lab, right?
Yeah.
On your last slide, so this was very interesting. I understood the last slide best, I have to admit, because I'm more from the digital world than from food. But the last slide said, the very last point was education. And you said that practitioners are interested in this, but they're not educated on it. Do you have a hypothesis on why that is? I mean, they have an interest, but they don't know. Why is that?
Well, I think if you look at, I did some literature searching before I came, and if you try and find out from dietitians or medical doctors what their attitudes are towards personalised nutrition, the first thing is there isn't a huge amount of data because it's quite difficult to engage health practitioners even in studies. You know, for us, even to get the numbers that we got, which were quite good for a medical practitioner study, was challenging. But if you look, I found some nice work that reported on dietitians' attitudes, and really they don't feel that they have the confidence to give personalised nutrition to their patients. So I think we need to develop work packages of how to educate them. I think it's like CPD, that type of activity that we can really engage with health practitioners, because that's a really important part of the translation. I think Jose mentioned earlier, we have to work together with our industry partners, our digital technologies. We also have to work with our health practitioners and give them the skills that they can then go on and translate to their patients. Yeah?
Yeah. Costa.
Just something to add. Don't expect from any clinician to implement your findings unless there's a guideline from somewhere which will suggest that you have to do this.
Absolutely.
Clinicians are very busy and have too much things in their minds, and
I totally agree, and I think that's why we have to try and influence clinical guidelines like the NICE guidelines in the UK and similar guidelines. So I think as scientists we should grab opportunities to get on those committees and to share our work, because we can't expect clinicians to know about what's going on in all the scientific evidence. But we have a responsibility to try and represent the scientific community by not turning away from NICE committees and those kind of committees, but get on them and try and spread the word. And in that way, you can influence the guidelines, I think, or try to.
That you were testing I don't need, I think I have the voice strong enough.
It's for the people in the lab.
So here we go. So I repeat it from the online people. Yes, Stefan, thanks. From Biozone. I saw that you were testing riboflavin on a different population group. Have you splitted this population group by age? And here my question is specifically interested on the effect of riboflavin on elderly people. So are there any difference in the action with regard to decreasing the hypertension in elderly population, or have you saw some kind of hints between that?
Yeah, when you measure, hardly anybody in the world measures riboflavin status globally. So our lab is one of the few. We have been in, we're working with different countries, to try and explore that through different populations. But what we know from our data is actually, it's interesting, as you age, your riboflavin status doesn't get worse. So for example, with vitamin B6, you can see a decline in age, but with riboflavin, you don't. In relation to the blood pressure lowering, older age becomes a little bit more complex because hypertension, there are a lot more determinants of hypertension in older age. So your renal function starts to fall, your vessels become less elastic. So there are many reasons why the effect of the gene maybe becomes a little less it becomes less significant. But we have conducted studies in the older adults, and yes, they respond. The effect seems to be independent of the class of antihypertensive drug they take. But this is an interesting question that we would like to address, and I haven't got time today, but we believe that riboflavin's activity is via its effect on 5-methyl-THF, which is a folate cofactor, which influences nitric oxide, which influences vasodilation. So there is a mechanism, that we have hypothesized, and again, we're investigating that in a little bit more detail. So it works in older people, but there are other factors that impact hypertension in older people.
Yeah. Any more questions here in the room? No. You can think that it's quite interesting because we have different approaches to try to cope with this deficiency in riboflavin exposure, adding to different products. But in the case we were testing, because we need for clinicians to give clear instructions about how to divide the people depending on their gut microbiota composition. Because depending on that, the gut microbiome can synthesize riboflavin. And so this could allow us to split the different patients and to have different approaches for them, okay? So we'll see in the future.
I think the gut microbiota is really interesting. We do not know how much the gut contributes to our riboflavin status, and that going forward is so interesting to me.
How can we manage this? So this could be another step that could be implemented also in the regular clinic.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the internet?
Move on with the next speaker now, but we will definitely take on the questions from the Slido in a written form then afterwards.
Not during the coffee break, okay.
Thank you,
Maybe
Stefan.
not.
Thank you very so much.
Thank you very much.
A new applause, please, for Mary and for our next speaker, for sure. You can come, don't worry. Okay, Sean Ashley, thank you so much for being here today. She's very quite big, has extreme knowledge about food composition and so on, because she right now works at Eurofeed. It's the biggest consortium we have about food composition and so on. So please open your mind to her presentation here and take notes for the different questions you can have, because we are very lucky to have her today to have this piece of information.
Kind. Thank you.
For sure. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I too am going to go over here. My ears need to be bigger. What with the microphone on one and the glasses on the other, my ears need to be bigger. Right, let's see if I can manage to press the right buttons. Okay, they said come and talk about current and future developments in food information resources. I said, you're giving me 15 minutes, I can't do that. And I can't, so I'm not going to. What I'm going to do is talk about some of the problems, talk about some of the solutions, and we'll see how far we get in that 15 minutes. So when we talk about food, we're not actually talking about food, we're actually talking about food systems. So we're talking about everything that makes up the food that we ultimately put in our mouths. And it is a complex, adaptive, multi-actor, multi-level, multinational, multifunctional networks that are joined up in informal and formal ways, and there are trade-offs and synergies, and that's just the reality that we live with. And of course, that doesn't sit in isolation out there in society. It's impacted by politics, by technology, by the environment, by the economies, and social factors, including the choices we make in our lifestyle and also in terms of our cultural norms. So this is where we are. It's a little bit complicated. So you've got primary production at this end, you might have health and disease at this, you've got the issues around researchers, which publishing and assessment, you've got things about manufacture, retail, preparation, losses and waste, and then you've got, and this is not all the projects, these are the ones I just had logos available to put into this slide. But you've got all of the projects that have ever been done. I go back to Framework 4, I think that makes me a dinosaur. But we've got networks, we've got clouds, and we've got research infrastructures, we've got global agencies, as well as regional activities and regional agencies. We don't speak all the same language, even when we're all speaking English. We don't all mean the same thing when we talk about the things we're talking about. So the European Union decided it would try to tackle some of those issues through the Green Deal, and indeed food is a major issue for food, that's that one. They're the affordable and foods, but there's also this thing down, and that cascades down to farm to fork and ultimately to particular actions, one example being the nutritional labelling. However, there's also this here, this future-proofing of jobs and skills. When you look at the European population, 2 in 5 adults don't have any digital skills, 1 in 3 lack basic digital. Sorry, 2 in 5 do not have sufficient, 1 in 3 lack even basic digital skills. There is still a low representation of women in the tech sector. They make up only 1 in 6 ICT specialists and about 1 in 3 STEM. But actually, if you look at natural science researchers, or indeed medics, or indeed any of the people that are contributing to that very complex, they also lack digital skills, albeit at a higher level. They lack confidence in using digital tools and services, and they lack trust in the outcomes or their interpretation. Similarly, though, when you talk to ICT specialists, they don't feel fully equipped to understand what's going on with the natural sciences, and they lack confidence, therefore, in the developing of the tools, and indeed trust in their own tools, that they're producing the information that they're expecting. So if we're going to start to address some of the issues that we've identified, we've got to start to be able to talk the same language and use the same information. And again, the European Commission decided, we sort of had a little exploration of it during Horizon 2020. Horizon Europe, data has to be fair. But when we talk about fair data, we're only actually talking about this column. We talk about it being findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. But there's a whole bunch of foundations that you've got to have in place for any data to be fair. Things like, see, now I can't do it either. Get the right column. There's a whole bunch of things. So if it's findable, something's got to have a permanent identifier, and you've got to have it in some sort of repository, and you've got to be able to find your way around that repository. And there are other issues that underpin the accessible, interoperable, and reusable. But when we talk about fair, we've also got a three-way pull. We've got the pull of confidentiality, the GDPR and the privacy. You've got the integrity of the data in the sense that it is whole and complete and informative, but you've also got human integrity. Are we doing the right thing with the data? And then we've got availability, which gets down to the open science and the fair data. So the human integrity, to get that out of the way, it's about whether there is a need for that data that you're collecting. If I am purchasing a television, you do not need to know my date of birth. It has zero relevance. You might want to know my year of birth on the basis it allows you to put me in some sort of category, but you don't need to know that it's March and you don't need to know that it's the 20th. It's irrelevant. So you don't need to collect that data. There's a whole bunch of things around capturing data about food and about humans. Currently, if you're talking about personalised nutrition, they're not regulated to any great extent anywhere around the globe. There are issues that touch on the declaration in Helsinki. There are issues around the Hippocratic Oath. There are issues around minimising risks and burdens to the individual and maximising their benefit. They're kind of covered by things around genetic testing, GDPR, food laws such as the nutrition and health claims for products that companies are producing. And it's widely recognised there's a lack of understanding about both between providers and consumers about false and unsubstantiated risks, consent, risk and ownership. And there's an interesting dichotomy. If you're delivering personalised nutrition, you can test for ApoE. If you're delivering a medical services, you can't test for it because it has to come under genetic testing, because whilst ApoE impacts your risk for cardiovascular disease, it also impacts your risk for dementia. And we can't do anything about the dementia, and therefore it comes under genetic testing. The only reason for personalised nutrition, the only need for personalised nutrition actually falls under consent, that you want to know that information. That may change as it becomes more mainstream and moves down the cascade of actors. So data just are. We talk a lot about data being fair. It isn't fair, it isn't unfair, it isn't anything, it's just data. And data is anything that can be stored, read, or moved about by machines. You do not engage with data. You are a human. You might pick up a USB stick and move it, but that doesn't count as moving data. It's machine moving. And it might be audio, it might be visual, it might be genetic, so it can be text, figures, images, or symbols, and the commonest we're used to is binary, ones and zeros. Data is, you can let it out in the whole world and it's fine, because it's completely meaningless without metadata. Actually, it's the metadata, the data about other data, that underpins interoperability and also fair. And it might be descriptive, structural, administrative, or reference, statistical, or legal. And the point is it allows you to interpret the data. So when you're talking about systems that allow people to share fair data, you've got to know what data you've got. You've got to protect it in place. How many people have left a USB in the toilet, usually with defense information on? Don't know how you do that. No idea, but they do. You need to implement physical and logical controls, in other words, passwords and usernames. You need to keep it up to date. You need to define who and what can access it. Oh, and you've got to pay for it. So if the European Union, the European Commission is saying to us as researchers, you must share your data, you must put it out in the world, well, that's fine, that's lovely, but who's paying for that? Because these computery things are not free. Nobody's giving them away. Similarly, you've got to control who accesses them. You've got to have a log on, check on what cloud services are doing. They're not in the cloud. Anybody wants to know? They're not in clouds. They're in massive, great buildings with dirty, great big servers. So what are they doing for making sure that your data is secure on those? You've got to understand your responsibilities. You've got to back up your data, the 3211. So that's 3 copies, 2 devices, 1 off-site, 1 offline, if that's what you're really doing with your data and you mean it. Executables from trusted sources, and I love this, sanitizing your solid media. What it means is actually take a hammer to it, because you can't actually scrub it. The data's still there. Oh, and have a think about your printers and all the other things that you put data into, because they're also holding your data. And of course, there are issues associated with this, because those dirty, great big units of servers impact on climate. Then there's confidentiality, GDPR in the European Union, but actually about 3/4 of countries around the world have some form of protection for data, and those are the reasons for it, and I'm not going to get into them. Personal data, anything that allows you to be identified. It begins at your point of birth, it ends at your point of death. If you read the legislation, it says legal capacity. That is incorrect. It is an argument I would love to have with a GDPR lawyer, because a person who has lost legal capacity, they might have dementia, for example, still is covered by the GDPR. That GDPR does not cease until they die. And after they die, privacy and confidentiality still apply. And the joy is that if you are a European citizen or someone sitting in Europe who is not a European citizen, I am no longer a European citizen, don't get me started on that, my rights are protected all around the globe. I mean, I have to say, for a change, the European Commission played a blinder when they did GDPR legislation, which is why it's European law, but the Americans have to follow it. I'm going to leave my biases there. So it's anything that allows you to be identified as an individual, and if you're talking about sensitive personalised data, so that's personalised nutrition or ancestry information, there are additional protections that you are entitled to. So that means we have to have our consent in place, we've got to deal with the encryption, we've got to think about data protection, right of access, right to be forgotten, and the right to be told that they're holding that data about you. It doesn't get in our way, we can collect data, you just have to deal with it properly. And then we get into anonymization and pseudo-anonymization. Anonymization is exactly what it sounds like. You make it impossible for an individual to be identified. There are degrees to which you can achieve that. You can use redacting, so removing information, re-identifying, blurring, which is giving ranges rather than specific information, and a whole bunch of others that allow you to anonymize it. Pseudo-anonymization means that there is a code, a key, that allows you to understand who those individuals are. And when you are thinking about, is my data anonymous or is it pseudo-anonymous, you have to work on what's called a motivated intruder test. In other words, if there is any way, however unlikely, that that individual can obtain that key that will allow them to identify the individuals in the pseudo-anonymized data, your data is not safe. Most sensitive data is pseudo-anonymized. There are exceptions for research, but you can't cause substantial damage or distress as a result of it being released. And of course, that impacts interoperability. If you're taking data sets from different sources around the world and trying to bring them together, but those are anonymized or pseudo-anonymized, it's really, really hard to work out how you can do that successfully and make sense of that data, even before you start to do the research. Open science. So I said that the Commission has gone down the route, we are having open science. So that's focusing on getting the shareable knowledge out as soon as possible. And there's a whole element of that. It's not just about open access publications now. It's about FAIR. It's about open science cloud. It's about new generational metrics. That's rewarding researchers who are participating in open science in the same way that they currently award researchers for publishing. At the moment, the research assessment exercise, virtually anywhere where you are, stops at when you publish. It doesn't think about the fact that you're participating in open science. No opting out of that, and data must be managed under FAIR principles, but there's always the but. Open as possible, closed as necessary. And what does that mean? Well, that's a very good question. Nobody's come up with a definition yet. So, in terms of peer review publication, that's about open access publication. In terms of data and metadata, that's about getting it out there under license, and we'll talk about that a bit more in a little while. The only reasons for not engaging in open science are risk to exploitation, so if you've got a patent, national security, or it is not compatible with protecting personal data. But those are not excuses for not doing this to the extent that you can. It just means you have to work a bit harder at protecting the data. So Creative Commons license is one way of doing this. I think we've all engaged at some point in a shared data agreement. It keeps the lawyers paid. But unless your organisation is prepared to go to court and protect that, and trust me, most academic organisations are not interested in going to court to protect data sharing agreements, it offers you no comeback. So that we have a very false sense of security around data sharing agreements. I'm not sure that licenses are actually any better in the sense that of protecting, but they are a bit more public, they cost a lot less, and they're a lot easier to achieve and you don't need a lawyer. You can have the discussion about the value of that. Creative Commons have a tool, and it would be nice then that you could actually feed that into the assessment exercise that would allow it to be noted. This is one particular set of data we have, which is an average EU fish and seafood nutrients. I created it, my colleagues created it in Seafood Tomorrow, and then Fish EU Trust, which is another project, wanted it, and I'm like, yeah, I want you to have it, but I need to stick it under a license because we put quite a lot of effort into that. So I went on to Creative Commons and I selected the international license that it has, which essentially, you can't see it, but it says that we have to be given credit. That seems reasonable. I want it recognised that Eurofer did this work. You can distribute it, don't mind. You can mess about with it. You can adapt it. You can build on it. That's all fine. But you have to give us credit. And you have to say where it originally came from before you started doing that. And you can't use it for commercial reasons. That seems reasonable. Literally took me 2 minutes on Creative Commons. No lawyers. By the way, I have friends who are lawyers. It's okay. Yep, that's fine. So, FNS Cloud is one example of the kinds of projects that are dealing with these issues. So the aim with FNS Cloud was to try and overcome some of this fragmentation, specifically looking at food nutrition security, and to improve the FAIR data that was available around there. These are the beneficiaries. There's 35. Oh my God, the paperwork, you should see it. You're not terribly interested in that. What I am interested in is IT specialists, FNS researchers, social scientists, lawyers, science communicators, and science multipliers. Problem, we don't speak the same language when we speak English. I said that at the beginning. Here's one specific and tangible example. Sitting at lunch, I discovered that when IT specialists talk about implementing something, they mean going away and coding it. I'm an FNS researcher. I mean going and seeing if it works. No wonder we'd been arguing over something over 2 months. We weren't talking about the same thing. So out of curiosity, having discovered that, I asked them what benchmarks meant. 6 people at the table, 7 definitions. Make sure you understand what you're saying to each other when you're working across disciplines. So we had a number of existing data that we have developed a search engine. So we had a look at how you can use food labelling data, concentrating on branded foods, which are surprisingly rare out there in the wild. How we can make access to total diet study data, both for consumers but also a wider group of professionals, not just risk assessors. Food intake, consumer behaviour and lifestyle, how you map, merge and look at the data quality and the usability of that, and also specifically looking at could we build some algorithms based on the massive data sets that are out there, focusing particularly on type 2 diabetes but also on blood pressure. I'm betting riboflavin wasn't in there, need to go back and talk to them. And then we looked at emerging data, looking at issues around those that for whom English is not a native language, but are living in a specific member state, looking at the elderly, meal planning using public recipe databases, looking at healthy diets for healthy microbiome, and also food-drug interactions. Some people know that you can't eat grapefruit when you're on a calcium channel inhibitor, but there are millions of other food-drug interactions that on a daily basis we don't take much notice of. And we've now got demonstrators that bring these together under the headers of agri-food, nutrition and lifestyle, NCDs and microbiome. And we've also got a community of practice, because as Mary said, not only have we got to educate ourselves, we have to educate the other actors in the system so that we all know what we're talking about when we talk about implementation or benchmarking. We're not alone in this, and you know, I said that we started here. Well, all we're doing at the moment is sort of knocking off bits of these to try and reduce the number of resources that people are going to look at. So Blue Cloud is the big sister of FNS Cloud. That's been around for over a decade, and it's focused on marine research, which includes fish, and we have played the toy. Yep, I literally, this is my last one. We have played the game of exchanging data between FNS Cloud and Blue Cloud, and it does work. Metrofood is an emerging S3 research infrastructure, and it's about how you measure stuff in food. So we've got our catalogue. You've got the S3 catalogue, which tells you all about this and other research infrastructures. You've got Zenodo, which is just one trusted repository, trusted to be defined, and you've got eventually the mothership, which is still being built, which is slightly disconcerting. So you've got EOS. Hopefully, at some point in the future, you'll type something in there. You won't find it in here, but what will happen is you are signposted to FNS Cloud or Blue Cloud or Zenodo to find the information that you're looking for.
So thank you so much for being on time.
I tried.
as I promised you, you open your mind, and now your mind is full of data. We need to extract the data from here to try to unravel something, to extract something from there. Any question here or comment? Or do you prefer the questions during the coffee break? Yes, please. Oh, no. Questions from the internet?
No, they're still all going,
all of the...
what?
Just let me check the
Oh, no, we have a hand.
Wait.
Can we have a microphone, please?
One brave attendee,
Yeah. Lady, yeah.
There.
Yeah, get the microphone.
Yeah.
I hear you talking about data, and I hear it everywhere. I always wonder, if I got all this amount of data, what could I possibly do with it? So, I mean, it's the same thing for any enterprise or whatever who wants to collect data, but what are they doing with it, for God's sake?
Yeah, and I think the intention with the demonstrators in things like FNS Cloud or Blue Cloud is to show you what you might do with it, what is out there. So, for example, with the agri-food demonstrator in FNS Cloud, we look at the food chains that are coming from agriculture into the food chain system. We look at the metrology, how do you measure the stuff in that food, and then we look at composition consumption so that you get an idea of how you might, well, okay, we'll take that data set, and that data set, and that we can in some way get those to be interoperable in order to ask a particular research question. So a research question might be, for example, how does animal husbandry impact the nutrient content of milk? And what you would need are the food chains for milk, the composition for milk, and you could bring those together to get some idea of how animal husbandry impacts the nutritional status of milk. It's not so much about the statistics, it's about pulling down those data that are fair, so they're findable, available, they're interoperable, and they allow you to ask your research question. Because if you're talking about any of those food systems, you're going to know the food data that you need. It's just that hopefully we can signpost you to where it is and how you might bring it together.
Well, perfect.
I would like to say, well, we can go for a coffee break if you would like to answer these questions now, or like we can leave them for, you can...
Okay, hello, Anonymous. Why speak of open science if tools for Eurofer is to pay? Right, okay, something you need to understand about Eurofer. Yes, we do ask that members pay. However, you can go and get the national food composition tables for free anywhere online. The difficulty is that for historical reasons, the food composition data sets around Europe and indeed globally have all been developed independently for different reasons, and they are not interoperable. That is fact. So if you want to search for riboflavin in Switzerland, Thailand, New Zealand, and the US, you can. But first you'll have to process that data so that those various data sets are interoperable. Now, you can do that, and it's free. What Eurofer does is we work with the compilers, and we take that data, and we do that work to make it interoperable. I would love to be able to make our data sets free, but somebody has to pay for my data scientist now, because that's the fact. That's the world we live in, that someone has to pay someone to do that work to make it easier to interrogate those food composition data sets. If I can find a way to do that for free, then I will make those data sets free. Because they are free, because they're funded nationally. But that's the reality. So when I talk about open science, I am conscious of that duality that we pay for, but over the last decade, we've reduced our costs for membership, and you can now join as an individual for €50 a year. Yeah, I'm aware it's not fair. Yeah, I'm aware that we're still asking for €50 and not everybody has €50, but if somebody can find a way of paying my data scientists to make them all interoperable, then I promise you I'll open it up completely. FNS Clouds due, yes, they will be. We're nearly there. September 2023 is the launch party, 12th and 13th of September in this building. Thank you for the free advert. You can come, you can play. We won't just talk about them, we'll actually let you play with them. We did a dry run in March in Athens, and I had lots and lots of demonstrator leads who are like, I don't believe you're making me do this. Please don't make me do this. I don't want to do this. Oh, that worked. That was nice. So I'm hoping they're going to come on Brussels in September and go, actually, this is okay. I quite like doing this. Letting my tool out there in the wild. It's fun.
It's nice. So please, big applause to Sean. Thanks so much. And so, before we finish this first session, of course, thank you for being here before the coffee break. And also, I think I need a big applause also to manage this, no? I think not only for the speakers. Now the floor is yours, Camila.
Thank you so much for this first session. For those here in the building, the coffee break is until 10:30. So at 10:30, we're going to be back. You can find everything you need over there. You can find soft drinks, coffee, cookies, and yeah, anything that is there you can choose from. Yes, cookies. Well, but yeah, and see you here. Well, and for the ones online, you can still, if you're, well, you can go for your coffee, but you can also, if you want to watch one of the presentations to join a little bit later, you can just go backwards in the presentation, and you can still submit your questions on Slido. So slido.com, and the password is hashtag S4H in capital letters. And yeah, we're gonna check your questions and see how we can give you the answers as soon as possible. Thank you. Hear me? Yes. Okay. We have, our mascots here, so they're going to have a photography session now. But in the meanwhile, we would like to welcome you all to this second session for the ones online, and also, of course, to all of you that are here present supporting this final conference. We're going to start saying that the Slido, it's going to be working also for these sessions. So you can submit your questions at any time in slido.com. The password is S4H, so hashtag S4H in capital letters, or you can scan the code as well. We will answer your questions after each of the presentations. And now we would like to introduce the moderator of the session. So, Francis, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Camila and Stefan. We are going to start our second session where the speakers are going to present the current state of science in the topic of gut microbiome and the prevention of non-communicable diseases. We are going to start with the first session is going to be presented by Fabio Lauria is here. Fabio is a molecular biologist and nutritional epidemiologist at the National Research Council of Italy. He's working validating all the personalized nutrition strategies in Stance4Health, and I think he has very interesting things to present. Thank you very much, Fabio.
Beware of the laser. Yes. Okay. Thank you for the introduction. For the slide. Okay. Okay, I'm going to talk to you about the role of nutrition in childhood obesity. First of all, we have to start from the definition of childhood obesity. That is a multifactorial condition where excess body fat negatively affects child health. We know that obesity is the most common nutritional disorder among affecting children and adolescents, but obesity is not just a cosmetic concern. It is associated with other diseases, in particular with the risk of developing type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, metabolic syndrome, and some type of cancer in adult population. In fact, more than 2/3 of obese children at the age of 6-9 years will be adult with obesity. In Europe, we have a sort of gradient north-south, where the prevalence of childhood obesity is higher in countries of the South Europe. In fact, Cyprus, Greece, Spain, and Italy have the high prevalence of overweight and obesity in children. Moreover, there are differences between boys and girls, with boys about at 31% of obesity and girls at 28%. But there are also countries like on the left of the sorry. Okay, in the Denmark, Spain, Ireland, where the situation is the opposite. The cause of childhood obesity, first of all, diet and sedentary lifestyle. We know that obesity comes from an imbalance between energy intake and energy expenditure. Diet, specifically, we refer to the consumption of hypercaloric food like fast food, snack, but also sweeter drinks like fruit juice, sport drink. Sedentary lifestyle are associated principally to the time that our children spend in front of a screen, tablet, PC or television. Sleep deprivation is also important because other than to be associated with the increase of body weight, is also associated with hypertension and cardiovascular disease. Individual and familial stress are also involved in childhood obesity because many children tend to overeat to cope with their individual problem on familiar stress. While genetics and gut microbiota will play an important role, and we will explain the role of genetics and gut microbiota in the next presentation, even if we have to say that, for example, genetic obesity is a very rare condition associated to the melanocortin 4 receptor gene, for example. And some type of drugs are also associated with weight gain. What we have to do? First of all, physical exercise, because we know that less than 5% of the European children meet the physical activity guideline that foresee 60 minutes of physical activity per day. Avoid stress and, of course, to have an healthy diet. But our children live in an obesogenic environment. The built environment of our cities, of some of our cities, discourage physical activity. In fact, there is a lack of active playground for children, lack of bike paths. In some cases, specifically in suburb, there are scarcity of walk side for children. So it is very difficult and dangerous for them to walk to school. And so their parents have bring their children by car for go to the school, to the gym. Moreover, there is an increasing number of fast food, specifically fast food targeted for children. And in fact, children love to meet their friends or have their birthday party to the fast food. Another problem is the TV food advertising, because we know that the exposure to food marketing has a strong influence on food choice, food preferences, but also on nutrition knowledge of the children. And in turn, our children are very able to influence what their parents buy at the supermarket. And so at the end, it's very easy for them to open the pantries in our homes and have all the food they want. And finally, also, the portion size is another important factor. We know that portion size is increasing in the last days. And this is an interesting paper where scientists try to calculate the relative size of the main dish along across the last centuries, based on 5-2 depiction of the Jesus Christ Last Supper. And they found that in the last millennium, there was a linear increase in food portions. And this is, in fact, a picture of the modern age, because this trend is still ongoing. The genetics, as I said before, play an important role in obesity, because our genetics is capable to give different responses to different foods. But we know that our genes, the majority of our genes, have the same of our ancestors, and in fact also our biochemistry, our physiology is very similar to the physiology of 10,000 years ago. On the contrary, the advances in food technologies modified in a very fast way the nutritional content and structure of the food. And so it is possible that the collision, the clash of our ancient genome with the nutritional quality of the recently introduced food, like, for example, the ultra-processed food, may be one of the causes of the explosion of disease of the Western civilization, like, for example, overweight and obesity. What we have to do? We have come back to healthy diet, in particular Mediterranean diet for countries like Mediterranean countries where we have seen there is the high prevalence of overweight and obesity. Nordic diet is very similar to Mediterranean diet, is typical of countries of North Europe, and they foresee consumption of seasonal food. In fact, are also sustainable diet, healthy for human health, but also for health of our planet. And in fact, the Stance4Health, the nutritional advices of Stance4Health project, Stance4Health strategies of personalized nutrition are based on the principle of Mediterranean diet. And so, concluding, we can say a statement of the WHO: childhood obesity undermines the physical, social, and psychological well-being of children. It is a non-risk factor for adult obesity and non-communicable disease. And so this is an urgent need to act now to improve the health of this generation and the next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabio. Very nice presentation. I don't know if we have questions in the audience. Mary.
Thank you, Fabio. I just wondered, I was thinking about the Mediterranean countries where you see the higher prevalence of obesity in the children. Is there evidence that there are higher prevalence of childhood diabetes increasing in the lower Mediterranean countries, and cardiovascular or poor metabolic health? Is that tracking with obesity in the countries of the Mediterranean?
In general, obesity comes together with diabetes. Of course, before start obesity condition, before all the condition associated with obesity come from. And in general, diabetes, cardiovascular disease come in adult age. We, in the past years, these were conditions typical of the older age, but now not in childhood age, but in young adult, this kind of disease are starting, but not in children. Even if in our epidemiological study found sometimes a predisposition, a sort of high level of this disease associated with the metabolic syndrome that are not the disease of diabetes, cardiovascular disease, but with higher values respect to normal children, normal weight children.
Any more questions from the room? If not, I have a question actually. You mentioned the influence of TV advertisements.
Yes.
There are, in fact, Germany is one of the countries that are now discussing to reduce the impact of these TV advertisements. How effective do you see these type of measures?
Yes, I think that in effect there are rules, and in some cases guidelines for TV advertising. In some cases, it is avoided for specific TV program dedicated to children to show food advertising, because in the most of the case are dedicated to high caloric food, to unhealthy food. But we have also considered that not only TV is an exposure to this kind of advertising. Also in the internet, social media are an important factor, and it is very difficult to have a control on children about this media, this advertising. But the effect of the restriction of the time dedicated to this kind of advertising had a good effect. It is the only way to reduce the effect of this kind of advising on children.
Thank you.
Any online questions? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna thank you very much, Fabio.
Okay, we
Are you
stay
gonna
here
move?
or? Okay, okay.
Ah, yeah, Fabio. Sorry, we have anonymous. Another anonymous.
Yes, also. Much protein are also associated with the increased risk of developing childhood obesity. And of course, it is important also the quality of protein, because protein that come from legumes, for example, are different from protein for animal. A little about Nordic diet. Nordic diet is associated with a low risk of obesity, specifically in adults. There are a few studies about the association with children. The difference is with the Mediterranean diet is the principal source of oil that in Mediterranean diet is olive oil, while in Nordic diet is seed oil that is largely used for cooking and baking, because as an higher is possible to cook at a higher temperature than extra virgin olive oil. But both are based on consumption of fruit, vegetables, and food rich in protein and in complex sugar.
I guess we will tackle on the next questions in a written format, as said, because we have to move on to the next presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Fabio. Now we're gonna move our second speaker, my friend Pilar. Pilar is the head of genomics and in Fisabio, a research center in Valencia. He's gonna his talk is entitled "From Gut to Health: The Role of the Gut Microbiome in Non-Communicable Diseases and Microbiome-Targeted Dietary Intervention." Thank you very much, Pilar.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see, how do I move the slide? How do I change slides?
Press all the buttons and just try.
Okay. So, yeah, well, it was pretty obvious. Sorry about that. Okay, so since this is going to be the first talk about the microbiome, I'm going to introduce a little bit the subject in general. And I like to start broad, so in the sense of realizing that microbiomes actually have co-evolved with pretty much all of living organisms on Earth, so we don't have to think about it as something special of the human context, but it's a very common and actually completely widespread in nature. And humans are not the exception. We have quite complex microbiomes that inhabit in different parts of our body. And the gut microbiome is the most complex of all of these microbiomes that live with us. It achieves the highest cell densities recorded for actually any ecosystem on Earth, so 10 to the 11th to 10 to the 12th cells per gram of luminal content in the colon. We actually have in our body slightly more cells of bacterial origin than cells of human origin. And it's composed by hundreds of different bacterial species, as well as archaea, eukaryotic microbes, and viruses. And one of the things that is very interesting and relevant about the microbiome is that it displays a very large variability among individuals, and we do not really understand well yet how to explain this variability. We know that some is based on age, diet, health, etc., but there's still much to learn about it. Most of the bacteria
of the gut microbiome inhabit the intestinal lumen, so they're separated by a barrier of mucus from the actual epithelial barrier, but some can actually be in relatively close contact to the epithelial mucosa. The reason we're all here and we're so interested in the microbiome is because they're not just there going along with the ride with us, but they're actually very important in our physiology. They actually perform a range of complex functions that are beneficial for us. As you would expect intuitively, many have to do with nutrition and metabolism in the sense, well, among other things, that they help us digest complex polysaccharides that otherwise we wouldn't be able to utilize because we don't have the enzymes for it. And so bacteria are capable of breaking these bonds here and transform these into simpler sugars that then we can use, and further transform these simple sugars into things like short-chain fatty acids, etc., that then have actually very important roles in our physiology. But they're also important in many other things. They also offer protection against pathogens. The fact that they're there at these high numbers protects us from pathogens coming in and installing themselves in our gut. They're capable of regulating the development of the tissues in the gut, and very important, they're very, very involved in the modulation of the immune system. The microbiota produces a large variety of molecules that have to do with gut function, and actually not only with gut function, but with gut communication with other organs, so as with the famous gut-brain axis, or in communication, metabolic communication with the adipose tissue, which would be very relevant for obesity and other related topics. And just as a quick summary, I mentioned here some of these important metabolites could be short-chain fatty acids, very relevant in a large number of physiological processes. They provision energy to the cells of our epithelium. They're the main source of energy for the epithelial cells. Important role in modulating immunity and inflammatory tone. Other very important products of the gut microbiota are secondary bile acids. Gut microbiota transform the primary bile acids that our body produces into the secondary bile acids that, again, have to do then with a lot of different functions. Indoles, hormones and neurotransmitters, etc. These are microbe-associated molecular patterns, which are some mostly external molecules in the cell walls of the bacteria that are what the immune system is going to recognize, and then there will be lots of responses to that. So as you can see, there's a lot of interactions with many important factors, and that can be quite overlapping. So it's a very complex issue that we're dealing with in trying to separating all of these potential influences of the gut microbiome. Another important consequence of this is that, of course, if we disturb this community with something like antibiotics, for instance, we're going to affect a lot of different things. We're going to increase our susceptibility to infections because we're going to be disrupting this barrier to infection. We're going to disrupt the immune balance, so this can result in lots of different types of immune-related diseases. And we're going to also affect many physiological processes that can result in deregulated metabolism, and then eventually in obesity, metabolic syndrome, etc. And the problem is that actually our modern lifestyle does indeed affect the composition of the gut microbiome in numerous ways. We've already mentioned use of antibiotics, but that's by no means the only one. As we've heard, many of us have a poor diet. We have, in general, decreased microbial exposure compared to ancestors because of many reasons, lifestyle reasons, especially in childhood. And it's been seen in the last decades that as Western countries have been able to successfully control many infectious diseases, at the same time, there's been a very significant rise in other types of diseases, such as the non-communicable diseases that we're talking about here. So all types of autoimmune diseases, atopic-related diseases, inflammation-related diseases have been steadily augmenting in the last decades. And these are very likely related phenomena. And so many of these diseases have actually been linked to alterations in the gut microbiome. This does not mean that we know exactly how the alterations in the gut microbiome result in these diseases, but in some cases we do have some clues, but in most cases this is at the state of correlations right now. But there are studies that link alterations in the microbiome to various psychological disorders, to development of cancers, clearly to all types of allergies, cardiovascular disease, obviously obesity and metabolic syndrome, all kinds of autoimmune diseases and inflammatory diseases, NAFLD, liver disease, asthma, etc. In particular, this is also very relevant if we look at early childhood, because we know that there's factors such as cesarean sections and formula feeding that are have also augmented in Western countries that are very relevant for the actual development of the microbiome. And if babies develop an unbalanced microbiome, then that can have lifelong influences in the risk of all these kinds of diseases that we've already mentioned. So it is very important in the future to learn to work in ways that are much safer for the microbiome, that are not as aggressive to the microbiome. So basically learning to use less and better antibiotics, and also learning how to modulate the microbiome with strategies that might include diet and prebiotics. So foods and food supplements that promote the growth of beneficial bacteria, and especially apply these as early as possible, because the windows of opportunity for microbiome modulation clearly are going to be best employed in as early as gestation, but also during the early years of life. Obviously, diet is going to be a very important factor in all of this. It's been shown that diet has a very strong influence, for instance, in risk of allergies. In particular, the Mediterranean diet in children has been linked with a lower risk of food allergies, asthma, and atopy. And this is thought to be likely related to the high content of fruit, cereals, in legumes in this diet, which are things that have a high content of fiber, which, when fermented by intestinal bacteria, produces butyrate and other short-chain fatty acids, which, as I mentioned, are very important products of the gut microbiome for our physiology. And on the contrary, the Western diet has been linked with a higher incidence of allergic disease, likely as a result of a reduction in the levels of fiber and therefore butyrate. So there are many studies that we could go through here, but I would like to focus on what we've been doing here in the project in Stance4Health. So one of our approaches has been an in vitro approach to trying to understand the effects of food on gut microbiome. So this is something that allows us to look at the effect of specific foods, which would be very difficult to disentangle from intervention studies. And so what we've done is a very large series of in vitro digestion and fermentation experiments using 55 different foods, cooked in different ways, because one of our main interests has also been related to the effect of cooking methods. So up to 159 combinations of foods and different cooking methods. And we looked at this with 3 different individuals each. So this actually for adults, and then an even more complex set of experiments for children. And this has allowed us to actually identify some specific bacteria that are modulated by specific foods, bacteria that augment or decrease with some specific foods. This is a summary of our results. One result that is really standing out is that the effect of plant-based foods and the effect of animal-based foods, even in vitro, is very remarkably different. In particular, for a particular class of, or family rather, of bacteria called the Lactospiraceae, which are a very important component of the gut microbiome, we see that the effects of animal and plant-based foods are very different. So here, for instance, three main examples where vegetable and animal fats, fish, and cheese clearly augment this type of bacteria versus vegetables, fruits, and cereal-based foods. We've also been able to use this data to try to predict microbial metabolites produced during food fermentation. This is the work of the group of Francis that he will be talking about later. But we've been able in the project to develop a metabolic network model that predicts the metabolites produced by a person's individual gut microbiota and the nutrients of its specific food. And here I'm showing you, for instance, that in the group of children that we've been analyzing, we had children with different health conditions. And with this metabolic network model, we've been able to detect metabolites that are produced differently by the different groups of children. So taking into account their gut composition with, in this case, with the same nutrients, they're clearly producing different series of metabolites. So this is the type of information that we need for developing more and more personalized nutrition programs. Another, as I was saying, another important aim of our experiments was to try to understand the impact of cooking methods on the effect of foods on the gut microbiome. So what we detected in this case is that we got very different results for the three individuals that we analyzed. So it seems that the effects of cooking methods are going to be highly personalized, and this is going to need much more research in the future. But we clearly were able to find some effects of the different types of cooking methods on the bacteria that were being favored with specific foods. So in case I'm just showing a couple of examples. For meat, we saw that fried meat versus boiled and grilled was favoring different types of bacteria. Sometimes, or actually in all cases, we only saw this effect in a particular individual. Here the same. For starchy tubers, we could see effects of a specific type of cooking method, fried versus boiled and roasted, but these were only detected in one individual. So this is likely, as I said, very personalized, very depending on the type of food and also on the individual microbiota. So this is going to need a lot of further work. This is a bit of a summary of all of our general results. So here we're presenting for the three individuals the most different cooking methods in every case. So for instance, if we look at meat in an individual 3, the largest difference were between boiled meat and roasted meat, and these were the bacteria that were differentially abundant in each of these cases. So this is the type of data that we've been gathering, and that will help refine personalized nutrition programs. So in general, the main conclusions of this work, I would say, would be that the composition of the gut microbiota can definitely be altered using specific foods. Despite the great individual variability, we saw trends that we definitely could recover in all of the individuals analyzed. Plant and animal-based foods favor very different gut bacteria. In particular, one of the strongest effects that we saw was that animal fats favors some beneficial bacteria, but also some disease-associated ones. So it's not all good or bad. That's why it's going to be very important to learn to modulate how we use specific foods. And cooking methods, clearly we could see important effects, but these were highly individualized. Another aspect that we are investigating, and that well, many groups are investigating, is the effects of dietary supplements. And in particular, in Stance4Health, one thing that we've focused on is the effect of tannins, with a particular kind of polyphenols supplied by our colleagues. And so we've done several studies now looking at the effect of tannins, both looking at foods enriched with tannins and tannin extracts by themselves. And we've seen that indeed tannins have beneficial effects in the gut microbiota. We see that they produce an increase in beneficial bacteria, in this case, Akkermansia, for instance. This is something we observe with all food matrices, and also this resulted in a booster effect on short-chain fatty acid production. And in the case of the tannin extracts, we were also able to look at the correlation between tannins and short-chain fatty acid production and specific bacteria. So the bacteria that we actually saw increasing were actually correlated both with short-chain fatty acid production and actually also with antioxidant activity. Obviously, we're not the only people looking at this kind of things. There's many studies also that utilize animal models. So in our case, our work was based on in vitro fermentations, but there are many studies that use animal models that have also been able to demonstrate the importance of different types of probiotic substances on the, for modulating the gut microbiome and disease-related symptoms. For instance, this is an early work by the group of Cani and Delzen here in Belgium, actually, where they were able to show that arabinoxylan in obese mice, in a model of obese mice, could modulate bacteria, and that this correlated with several kinds of beneficial aspects on the host adipose tissue and on the host metabolic parameters. Another example of this would be a work in which I was involved recently in another European project where we looked at the effect of masticha, which is a resin produced by a Greek tree that has been used since antiquity. And also in mice, we could show that it had an important effect on gut microbiota diversity, and in this case, in the symptoms of non-alcoholic liver disease. Obviously, very important for all of these are studies that utilize human interventions, and we're going to hear a little bit about the ones in our project now, but a lot of different groups are working on this also. For instance, with masticha, we also did a human intervention, and with tannins, as I mentioned, we also did a human intervention actually as part of Stance4Health, and we showed similar results to those that we had in vitro. So just to conclude, future directions that we can talk a little bit more about now in the discussion session. It's going to be very important to understand better the individual variation in how the microbiome behaves and how it responds to foods. Some of these may have to do, of course, with interactions with genetics, but also we need to understand interactions between bacteria themselves. And although I think we've done a lot of progress in our project, but we need to further improve predictions on metabolic output, further improve how we actually include this into personalized diet programs, and keep improving the translation of all of this research. So thanks to my group and to the Stance4Health colleagues, and I don't know if there's time for a few questions.
Thank you very much, Pilar. We are not going to have questions now.
Okay.
We're going to move further, and you can, after this session, you can ask any question to Pilar.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
No. We work as a clock. So our next speaker is our leader, but also full professor of food science and technology, José Ángel Rufián. He's gonna talk about the Stance4Health trials. José Ángel, thank you very much.
Me again. Thank you, Francis. Well, here am I again. I'm really sorry about that, but I love being the protagonist of everything on this project. So I repeat again. So this is my way of behavior. In this case, what I'm going to talk about is about the trials about personalized nutrition we are currently doing in our project, okay? I'm not going to move deeply on this, but before that, I'm going to introduce you why we mixed the gut microbiota nutrition with the human nutrition, okay? Thanks, Pilar, for not explaining everything in your slides. So I will try to review this. Here you are. You know that us, human beings, we were moving in Africa and wherever many millions of years ago. Our previous hominids, okay, were moving there, running before the lions and trying to spread, okay, or to live. Well, what has been happening here in this diagram, you are going to see how the human health status improved in the same manner that the human evolution we had through the diet, okay? So what happened? Sometimes, many years ago, we suffered the first nutritional transition where the human beings discovered the fire and how they can use the fire against the lions, but also to cook different meats, okay? To cook different foods. And so they allowed them to extract more nutrients for food, and their brains became bigger, okay? And they became more intelligent. What happened with that? They developed different technologies thanks to this, and then they had a second nutritional transition. You can see here that they developed agriculture, farming, and this allowed human beings to have enough food the whole year. This allowed them to spread across the world, okay? So the health status was even increasing and increasing and increasing. But what happened? 2 centuries ago, okay, we obtained the third nutritional transition, okay, a strong modification of the foods, okay, regarding the use of processed foods, and also the modification of the food environment. We are surrounding of that extremely different food environment compared with that we had previously. What happened here? For the first time in our history, in the human history, the health status, the general health status decreased because of there was a strong modification of our nutritional habits, okay? So we try to modify this. How? We try to modify this, modifying using the personalized nutrition and also to empower consumers to adopt these strategies of personalized nutrition, okay? This is what we try to do. Oh, sorry, I think I moved it, this one, yes, now it's here. So this is why our strategy was try to modify this, okay? Through personalized nutrition. This is why Stance4Health is today here, okay? Do you have this in mind? Right? So, we have here a biologic issue, okay? Human beings, where their evolution took a lot of time, okay? And during that time, the human genome was adapting to these modifications. But what happened? The third nutritional transition took time in a very short time of period. The gut microbiome is able to modify quite fast to the modification of the diet, but the human beings, the human genome is not able to adapt to this, okay? So our gut microbiome has been modified, adapted to the current diet, okay? Which is completely different to the previous healthy diet we had. And so here we are talking different languages, the human being and the microbiome counterpart, okay? And so we have a fight against these different languages, and we need to speak again the same language. This is what we have, why we have a biological issue here. Well, so our main question was, will be this modification of the gut microbiota part of the responsible modifications in the health effects? The decrease on the usual health status of the human beings could be? Well, this could be, as Pilar talked previously, you know that we are in a symbiotic mutualism relationship with our gut microbiota, okay? And both the human beings and the microorganisms obtain a benefit, okay? Each other. We provide nutrients to these microorganisms and the gut microorganisms and all the microorganisms we have in our body, okay? Provide us with some health properties. Well, this is what it is supposed to do. So we need to change our mind because of about the relation of me. All of us think of me, the human being, okay? But we need to start to think about us, me and my microbiome, the whole microbiome. In our case, in our project, the gut microbiome, okay? So just think about nutrition. I'm professor of human nutrition, so I need to talk about nutrition, okay? Me. What do we know about the nutritional rules of the human being? We know a lot, okay? About the amount of proteins, fat, vitamins, whatever we are discovering about the polyphenols or whatever. We know a lot of things, and we are studying a lot of things. But what do we know about us, the nutrition of us, the human holobiont, our microbiome? What do we know about this? Nobody knows. This is a clean new research field, okay? We don't know almost anything about the proper nutrition of our gut microbiome, okay? Yes, dietary fiber or whatever, but dietary fiber is just a very wide concept, okay? We need to focus more precise. Yes, so what we need is to propose a paradigm change in nutritional sciences, just moving from anthropocentrism to holobioncentrism. That means that the human nutrition should move to think about the nutritional rules of the whole holobiont, okay? Not just on the human being. Of course, we love cookies, plenty of chocolate or whatever, but maybe for our gut microbiota it's not the best food, okay? So we need to change our mind and to try to unravel what is the best nutritional routes and foods for the holobiont, right? Well, how can we achieve that? As I told you before, with this scheme of the Stance4Health project, trying to unravel the different interactions with the foods of the gut microbiome and the human being, whatever, and integrated them in our app, and trying to unravel how this functions in the human intervention, which is what I'm going to talk about now. Well, don't worry about the data here, okay? It's just to put it that what we are going to do in one of these groups is to perform an intervention with adults, healthy adults, okay? Because of that depending on the different pathologies that a human being can have, the gut microbiota can be modified, okay? And so the rules for one pathology could be different to a different pathology or for a healthy human being, okay? So we are focusing on healthy adults. Overweight could be, okay, or lean adults, but not to talk about this, okay? So in this case, what we are going to do in this sense is try to move to the next slide, if it wants to, yeah. Yes. What we did first was to register the intervention we are going to perform with adults and also with children, the next one. And what we are doing here is to split our participants in 2 different intervention levels. The first one, first personalization level, using the app, okay, to follow the rules we have been developing, okay? The human nutritional rules plus the gut microbiota rules, okay? This is the first intervention level, but the second one includes the use of this app, but also the use of a more personalized approach using in vitro diagnostics test in order to check how the personalized nutrition is modifying the metabolism of the human being, okay? The use of a wearable, and a smart wearable, to check the physical activity levels and so on. And also the production of different enriched foods, okay? Plenty of tannins, in order to try to modify, to push the gut microbiota to a healthier state, okay? This is what we have been doing. And of course, we have this, we have done this in 2 different groups, okay? With healthy adults. So we have the first level intervention, just using the iDiet app, okay? And of course, analyzing the composition of the gut microbiota, because we need to know before start the intervention what is the composition of the gut microbiota, and depending on that, the app, an oncologist from Technum, calculate what kind of foods and what kind of cooking modifications are better for this specific gut microbiota, so that the app gives you the best approach for you as human being and for your gut microbiota, okay? But the second level, the deeper level of personalization, also include the use of the wearable, the analysis of the urine metabolites, and also the supplements, using, of course, a placebo or the personalized supplements, okay? In capsules given to the adults. Yes, this is what we did. And of course, depending on the time of the intervention that lasted 12 weeks, okay, the participants checked and prepared different questionnaires in order to extract information from them. Also extracting, we are analyzing right now the information from the app, okay, because if you can imagine the intake of the different foods for all the meals for all the days, okay, during 12 weeks. So this is what we are analyzing. And in the case of the group centered in the study, in the intervention with children, imagine an intervention more or less similar to adults, okay, but with a particularity. They are children. They cannot use directly the app, okay? So we need to adapt and to train their parents in order to use the app and to try to follow it, okay? So the engagement is different in this way. Well, in this case, this is what they are doing in Greece. Anyone here is able to translate this? Kostas, you don't.
This is something that informs the patients what they have to do and if they want to take part in the trial.
Thanks, Costa. This is why, okay, Kostas is here, but I didn't want to use him to translate.
It's a consent form.
Yeah. So this is what they are doing, but I translated some of the information, okay, for you. This is just to let you know that we split it in 4 different groups of children, okay? We have normal children. I don't say lean, okay? I say normal children that are jumping, moving all the day. You're suffering some of them, okay? Across your life. Yeah, okay, 100. And now children with different pathologies. You know, children, obese children. Now we have obesity, not overweight in the case of adults, okay? Obesity, pathology. Children with gluten diseases, you know, celiac disease, okay? and also children with allergy to cow's milk proteins, okay? These are 3 different pathologies with a specific gut microbiota composition and functionality, and trying to move and to modify them. This is what we are doing right now, okay? And you'll see nice results on this because of the adaptation of the use of tannins and the personalized nutrition is different depending on the kind of the diseases we have, okay? So, at the end, they are performing the same kind of intervention, okay? Control group, treatment group, but in this case, we are talking about children. And children, you know, are our future. So, we are giving the best of us to all the children participating here. So, all of them are having the analysis of heroin metabolism, okay? Because of the analysis of this metabolomics test is able to detect different metabolic modifications they have from the inborn, okay? So they can be diagnosed of different kind of metabolic disorders that is not able to analyze in another kind of techniques. So we use for all the children, and depending on the group, they can be use the placebo, okay, food supplements with tannins, or using personalized foods. This was especially difficult to prepare this because of we tried first to enrich these foods, for example, with riboflavin, you know. And what happened there? You know, riboflavin. First, it's yellow. Imagine a cocoa bread stick, okay, brown with the yellow. So you have a pink one. Bread, pink, it's not the same. But also the taste is horrible, okay? So, but we unraveled that the production of riboflavin was enough for these children, so remove riboflavin, okay, for the food composition, and now try to add tannins, what is the best mixture of the different tannins we have. We have been fighting on this, okay? But at the end, this can be done, and this is what we are testing. So, this is just a regular overview of what we have been doing. Now, if Francis wants to stand up and to start the discussion of all of us, okay? We are open to the general discussion on questions on whatever, okay? Yeah?
Thank you very much.
No, you too.
Do we have time? Okay, we have time for one question. Only one. You can ask Pilar or José Ángel. Because Pilar was angry. So.
And well, as we mentioned before, all the questions are going to be answered in written after the conference. So if you have more questions, you can just send them to the Slido, and you're going to receive your answer very soon.
Woo! Anonymous is quite active. There's Carlos there. Anonymous. Okay.
Okay.
What do you want to prefer to start? To answer these questions? No. Or to the discussion, and then we can move again to these questions or whatever. Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much. You can take seat.
Thank you.
Fabio.
Ala.
Okay.
To take notes.
Thank you very much, Fabio, Pilar, and José Ángel. Thank you very much for participating in this discussion table. And also, I think it's this very interesting discussion entitled "One Size Doesn't Fit All: How Personalized Nutrition and Microbiome Can Enhance nutrition interventions." So, just to break the ice, Fabio, we're gonna start with a round of questions to put the context of Stance4Health. In your presentation, Fabio, you just gave us a very nice overview about the importance of nutrition in obesity and overweight. what are the current trends now, and what is the role of personalized nutrition to deal with this terrible obesity and overweight?
Yes, thank you for the question. In the last three years, our attention was focused on COVID-19 pandemic, but we know that also in this year, obesity was the first cause of disability and death also in Europe. And the increase of obesity is higher in richer countries of Europe, of North America and Oceania. In particular, 2/3 of adults and 1 in 3 children are in this condition of overweight and obesity. We know that socioeconomic status plays an important role in this condition. In fact, a family with a low socioeconomic level are at high risk of developing overweight and obesity. And low and medium income countries are now facing with the double burden of malnutrition. And so they have, specifically also in the same family, we can have subject in undernutrition and subject in a condition of overweight at high risk of developing non-communicable disease. In the last 3 decades, nutritional guideline tried to give advice to solve this problem, saying that distinguishing from healthy food versus non-healthy food. But these kind of strategies often failed. In fact, the rise of obesity is still ongoing. But on the contrary, personalized nutrition may be the good choice. In fact, recent evidence showed that, particularly taking into account our genomics, individual genomics, and of course gut microbiota, give important results in preventing and treating overweight, obesity, but also diabetes. In some cases, this kind of strategy is also important to improve other approach, other therapeutic approach.
Thank you very much. This is very helpful. Pilar, we observe in the different intervention a high variability, a drastic variability between individuals.
Mm-hmm.
As an expert in microbiome and microbiota, what do you think is the impact of microbiota in this extreme variability we observe?
I think it's likely to be a big factor. Obviously not the only one. Genetics are also going to matter, of course, and the interaction between genetics and microbiome, as Anonymous was saying, is definitely something that needs to be much further studied. But composition of the microbiome, I think, is certainly going to be one of the aspects that influence whether an individual responds well or not to a given intervention. And it's probably something that we need to study much more closely in the future. I mean, it's clear that, for instance, if a bacteria is not present at the start of a given intervention, it cannot increase, right? Even if we give all the best foods to promote the increase of a bacteria, we need to count on the fact that the bacteria is already there. Otherwise, that strategy is not going to work. On the other hand, that's not the only thing, because, for instance, in our data, I didn't have time to mention it, but we've actually looked a little bit at that, whether, for instance, the differences that we saw between individuals could be explained simply by the fact that something was present or not at the beginning. And that's definitely not the only thing. So we had cases in which the same bacteria was present but did not respond to a given food. So there's also other things, probably interactions between different bacteria. There's a lot of interactions in the microbiome that we're only beginning to grasp. So, the way a microbe behaves might be very dependent on whether other microbes are present or not in that particular individual. And that's something that, it's going to take a lot of experiments to look at. So I think it was Anonymous again was asking about the interactions between foods. That's obviously something that's going to be also very, very important. So on one hand, the interactions between the bacteria, but also the interactions between the foods. But here we did 3,000 in vitro fermentations. Yes. So you can imagine how many in vitro fermentations would have to be done to study the interactions between all of these foods. So that's work for a generation, not for a project, right? For an army of graduate students or something.
Yeah, long way.
No.
No, not so long.
To take care of our graduate students. Very important.
Thank you, Pilar. Just to close these first rounds of questions, Jose Angel, we've talked about obesity, nutrition, and microbiota. But what about other non-communicable diseases? How these diseases can benefit for these approaches of personalized nutrition approaches?
No. I think he's running.
I
hope. Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Okay.
There are many diseases included in this classification of non-communicable diseases. An approach of personalized nutrition regarding, for example, diabetes could be very, very, very important because of the variability also in the different people that respond to different treatments. But also just thinking about the use of the gut microbiome also in our strategy of personalized nutrition, I was thinking amazing about the results we have about celiac disease with children. It's incredible because we have not submitted yet the results to be published, but we have found that celiac disease children metabolize, ferment the foods in a different way than regular children, and also compared with the obese children and those with allergy to cow's milk. And something that we have found is quite important is that people with children with celiac disease, their gut microbiota is not able to ferment, to extract the zinc element from the food. And this is very important and very relevant because of zinc modulates the immune system. And something that is not working properly in this kind of children is their immune system. So we need to look at strategies to modify this microbiota in order to allow them to extract zinc, or maybe a zinc supplement could be very interesting for these children because in order to try to perform these modifications. I think we are opening new doors to the approaches of this kind of personalized nutrition applied to different pathologies, including these non-communicable diseases.
Actually, in the results, in some of the results, we observe a very clear cluster with metagenomic data in celiac disease children. They have a completely different microbiota composition. So that's really interesting. And
because at the end, it's not just the metabolic behavior of that microbiota, it's also the interaction with the immune system in the gut directly and the modifications they have. So more experiments must to be performed on this way, but I think this is a clear way to perform the future of research applied to personalized nutrition.
Thank you very much, Jose Angel. With this question, we end this first round of questions. Now we're going to start with the Stance4Health projects. We've worked a lot. We've achieved objectives. We have worked in different challenges. But Fabio, what are the lessons learned through all these all these projects?
I think the first lessons was that it's very hard to recruit people to nutritional intervention. This is a focal point because they are the principal actor of this kind of studies. Observational studies are more easy to perform, but in this case, the help of participants is very important. And so I think the best way to obtain participation and motivation of normal people to participate is to inform people. I think of course, our nutritional intervention starting during the COVID pandemic, this is a first problem. But I know that if people is more informed about the importance of gut microbiota and in general of health issues, is motivated to participate in this kind of study. Of course, our efforts, in particular of the field staff, were awarded. We know that even if the intervention finished some months ago, there is a group of participants that are still using our app, the iDiet app, and this is a good point.
Something important to keep in mind is that it's not also that it's difficult to recruit people. It's also very difficult to define what is normal people or healthy people, because from more than 600 adults that we were recruiting, okay, your health status, and they say, no, I'm healthy. You are not healthy. More than 600 people just to take 200 for the intervention. So all the people is taking medications or suffer any kind of pain or whatever. So we need to modify our mind about what is normal, a normal situation.
Yes.
It's a complex question and challenge.
Yeah.
Another point you just mentioned, Pilar, is that we have a huge way to understand the interaction between microbiota and nutrition, because we actually I was thinking that when we started the project, we were working with around 1,000 species or microorganisms in metabolic reconstruction. Now, 2 months ago, they submitted the group of INSTL 8,000 metabolic reconstruction in the gut microbiota. What is the next step, you think, to integrate the knowledge of microbiota in personalized nutrition, or to be more aware of the advances in this topic?
Well, I think it's a very, very complicated issue. Right now, we have a lot of results that we've gotten from these years of work, and I think we need more time actually to look at them and to understand all of these results. I don't think these are things that are as directly translatable as one would want to. There's a lot of very complicated interactions there to look at and to try to understand. We also see, for instance, in the case of cooking methods, the results are not straightforward. We have a great deal of inter-individual variability. So I think we're going to need to look at many more individuals to try to understand the patterns. But again, that's a lot of work. And then, of course, there's all of the computational work to integrate that into metabolic networks, etc. I think one thing that might be important in the future is maybe to start thinking that the gut microbiome is something that we need to monitor more or less regularly, like we monitor many other things about our health, so that we have, that data for people, and we can integrate that into our general picture of their health and their metabolism.
We are not used to that right now.
Yeah, of course. But I think we're at a point where that could, start to be done. because even if maybe right now we cannot yet really use all that information in its full extent, but we will have that information for that person. What was their microbiome at 30 or at 40, or and when that person gets older, we know, for instance, that with aging there is a lot of changes in the microbiome that are detrimental. So if we have their sequences when they were young, we know what to aim at.
No, in fact, in this way, I think we should give clear instructions to clinicians
Absolutely,
to use this kind of information, and then clinicians should convince the politicians to use this strategy. And I think this is the hardest way, because in order to have the cost of the analysis, they are decreasing day by day, but you have a cost, and you need to repeat them along the time. So I think it's clear to extract information that clinicians at hospitals or primary care units or wherever to use this information also for nutritionists.
Yeah, this is a major point in my opinion, and it also happens in other diseases like cancer. We are talking about personalized medicine, but we need to create the infrastructures and the equipment to make it possible. So thank you very much, José Ángel. Just to end with this round of questions, Fabio has also talked about the intervention trials. You have a lot of experience with this. You have suffered a lot these trials. Which are the main challenges you found in this process, and limitation we have to carry out these intervention trials?
So it's not easy. I mean, for the people usually respect if you give them some instructions in face by face. But following some rules, some modification through an app, it's not easy to follow them, because they say, okay, this is, artificial intelligence. You know that right now everything is around artificial intelligence. I say, I'm not sure if trusting on this artificial intelligence could be enough, although they know that research is below this recommendation. It's not easy, but also in the case of the intervention per se, was not easy to tell them, okay, for example, we are here this week to take your fecal samples to analyze. Please, you have these parts of the day to give our samples. And one of our people in the field working, they receive, fecal samples during the lunch break. You can imagine in a restaurant, here you are my fecal sample, put in the table and move out. This is something more or less serious.
Difficult.
So the people it's not easy, and you need to be very clear when you need the things to. It's difficult. It's also personalized the research.
Yeah.
Not only nutrition.
I don't know if we have questions in the audience for this round of questions. I know the online question is completely full. Anonymous is writing a lot.
Working a lot.
So,
we can answer.
I agree with all.
For example, wants to answer.
You can see, are these smart technologies, for example, the apps available to the public? In our case, no. In our case, we are finishing more the commercial application. Probably in the coming months will be available to be used. Although we need to let the people know that we are going to prepare different modifications of the app depending on different pathologies, because of something is for plain people, healthy people, and something applied for pathologies, because of regular people could be more or less interested on their health, but those that will use more this personalized nutrition strategy are people that is unhealthy and have some pathologies and they want to be healthy, okay? So we are going to work on this in the coming months also to prepare different modifications.
Anonymous is not only doing questions, also making observations to the debate. Are more observation than questions. Okay, Mary, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I think it will be amazing to see the results of the RCT because that in terms of modulating the gut and linking it to a health outcome is where this kind of data will become so important because then we can see that through intervention you can modulate the gut and then you can link that to a health outcome. So that will be very powerful data. I just wondered about compliance and how, you know, it's a difficult protocol, especially for children, providing fecal samples, and that's very challenging. So, you know, congratulations that you were, whoever the poor people that were out collecting the samples were. That was, you know, it's very difficult, and you know, I know that kind of work. There is no 9-to-5 aspect of it. It's very challenging. But how do you measure compliance in your studies, and was that a big issue?
Difficult complaints. You can imagine, you said with children, for example, how difficult it is. I really acknowledge the work of our crazy pediatricians, you know, the crazy Greek pediatricians. It's horrible because it is not a person that use the app and provide the samples. You need to fight against your children and to say, no, the food you want to eat is not so healthy. We need to manage this. And of course, the main work is to train the parents to say, no, you need to have clear mind and what is better for your children, and you need to modify little by little their food intake and the kind of food they are taking in order to take this. Don't worry about the complaints, the modifications of the diet. For example, something that we did in the application is, okay, here you are, the menu you need to use in this week. But if you don't follow this menu, you only need to use the app and modify the food you are intaking. So the app will recalculate the menu for the rest of the week just in order to check these complaints. So the app trained to modify this because we know that nobody is going to follow 100% the diet you are using. And what you want is to follow the recommendations. Not 100%, but at least to follow, because of the app at the end is just something to train the people, to teach the people how they need to feed themselves and their gut microbiome.
Thank you. More questions?
Just something more to add. I think that the main thing is
for anonymous,
yes.
in order to allow him or her to understand you.
The main thing is for intervention and for the eye diet to prove its value. Then sooner or later will be adapted by the medical professionals and from the medical societies. And then you don't have to wait for the public sector, the public officers to give special instructions and to give the money for this to be applied to the whole population. It's the private sector. Yeah. I mean that when something is proved that it has a real value, then people will start asking that. Yeah. And then I'm sure that labs who analyze the microbiome will flourish in every country, and people will ask for their microbiome to be analyzed and to do a special diet. I mean, that's at least what happens in Greece. Mm-hmm. First is the private sector that comes, and then the public sector that follows.
Yeah, sure, and at least we need to be able to give clear data to clinicians or to the customers about the information of the gut microbiota, because of the composition of the gut microbiota per se is nothing. For a clinician or even for a researcher, you need to go deeper into what happens with that. What information can you start from that? And as you said, first, probably, we need to push on the private sector just to allow them to learn that they can have money from there. And then probably in the public sector, the responsible people that manage the funding will see that this is something good. But, you know, it's hard to modify this.
Thank you, José Ángel. Any more questions? Okay, so let's go to the final round of questions, where we're gonna talk about the future and recommendation. We've just José Ángel just talked about the difficulty to convince parents to follow the diets. What are the difficulties in the adhesion to healthy diets? What are the challenges that we must overcome to follow the recommendations?
Yes, also in this case, information is the first point. We have seen that also for other problems, like for example, cigarette smoking campaign, where the informative campaign were important to reduce this problem. In my experience with childhood obesity, we obtained good results. For example, in some school, we worked with children and adolescents at their school. We were able to modify the menu of the school canteen. In some cases, we were able to substitute the use of snack at school with fresh fruit and vegetables. But this was a very hard work. Thanks to intervention, focus group, meeting with at a different level, with children, with adolescents, their parents, with their teachers, also involving the stakeholders in this field. And so information is the first step. The second step is also represented by the food industry, because we know that in Europe there is a high consumption of ultra-processed food. About 50% of the daily intake, calories intake in children and adolescents is represented by ultra-processed food. And so it will be important that food processing may reduce the content of salt, fat, sugar in processed food, specifically in food targeted for children. And the last point is to make available all these instruments and all food, all healthy food to all population, to all consumers.
Okay.
I think we should not. I mean, the food industry is not the devil, you know, but yes. We need to keep in mind that they are there. They are private companies to earn money. Okay, yes. Not to kill us. Yeah, but keeping this in mind, we need to think that we need to train the children when they are newborns almost, yes. on the kind of foods they are eating, because we give them especially sugary milks, for example, or quite sweet. They will train, and the perception level they have of sweeteners will be higher. So we need to take care, because if we give so sweet foods when they are newborns, they will eat a lot of sugars when they are adults. So yes. We need to change our mind about this, because it's not just food composition, but also the kind of foods or the ingredients we use during cooking. So we need to change of mind.
Yes.
Thank you, José Ángel. Pilar, anything to add about how to incorporate or the obstacle to integrate microbiome data into personalized nutrition?
Well, I guess the education aspect is also very important here. I think a lot of people nowadays do have some idea about the human microbiome. It's actually been pretty fast, amazingly fast, how this has grown into the population. The perception of bacteria has changed. Now more and more people realize that bacteria can have a positive role for health. But of course, often what people get from food industries, from commercials about probiotics, it's pretty simplistic. So I think it's important also that people have more scientific education about it to be able to judge what is being offered to them.
I think this is really important in the previous events we have in San Sebastian, my university. I was surprised because many of the attendees to the meeting didn't know anything about microbiota, and they were very surprised with the impact of microbiota in the health. So many students, colleagues that attended the meeting was really surprised. So I think this scientific education is really important to overcome this obstacle. José Ángel, just to finish this discussion, this talk, what are the biggest learning and recommendations for future research or future European funded projects? Which is your experience leading Stance4Health?
Very important.
Fun, right?
Yeah, fun.
He enjoy a lot.
Yeah. The first thing, don't be the coordinator. That's the key. But removing that part, in order to approach the research, in the case of European projects, that is a top-down approach, and you have the challenges there and the topics, and you need to include all the things that are requested by the European Commission. You usually look for the best partners that fit on the topic you are applying for. But just in this case, for researchers, just think not on the best partners for this. I mean, those that fits well, that look for those that are going to work in the best manner, in the best approach of this, because of sometimes you will earn time that you are going, if not wasting performing the different tasks you have there. I think this is quite important. And also, try to strengthen the dissemination of the results, because it's not just to publish papers or put in a public repository the data you have. You need to disseminate and to reach the normal people. It's quite important, as you said in San Sebastian or whatever. Anytime we have an open session with people, the people need to know what we are doing with their money, because we are using their money, and not just is how we are advancing, because if not, nobody will know that. In fact, we are crazy about the low, the low knowledge about this application for nutrition or whatever in clinicians. It's incredible. It doesn't matter talking about children or talking about cancer or with oncologists or whatever. It's the knowledge is quite low, and the integration of the different units is it's not existing. It's quite difficult. So we need to push also in the clinic sector, in the health sector, to work together in order to develop this, to research, but also to treat the people. I think it's quite important.
Thank you, José Ángel. I just to say he was a really good coordinator in the project. And I have to say that when we start talking at the beginning of the project and preparing the proposal, José Ángel say, we are gonna grow as in our research with this project. And I have to say, after 4 or 5 years, myself at least, I could grow with this impressive set of researchers and colleagues. So thank you very much, José Ángel, for all your work and your leadership in this project. And now, I don't know if we got time. Anonymous
was writing something.
More questions. People in the audience has any?
Yes, for example, you know that Carlos, not Anonymous, okay, this time said more long-term studies and collaboration across disciplines. We were talking about is very important. You know, as Pilar said before, we need more long-term studies and also take repeated analysis of the gut microbiome in order to check what's happening there, what we have been modifying, and what is happening there. I think it's very important, and also the collaboration across disciplines is mandatory. This is the real strength we will have. If not, okay, another project, another whatever, but we are not going to advance to really press the population.
I agree. Fabio?
Yes. The only key is to cooperate and also to create net with other researchers in the same field, also to have other opportunity, other ideas. To not lose the work we done in these years.
And something we learned also, collaboration across disciplines and also different kind of research participants, because of, in our case, the industry was pushing us to obtain the results and to do things with a different point of view, which is the application. And we need to keep in mind that as researchers, the data, the knowledge we obtain should be applied for something. And there the companies are very important, irrespective if they are from the health sector, the food sector, or whatever. They need to be able to apply what we are preparing. If not, this won't be, it's just knowledge.
We need companies help us to make more objective or the impact of our research. So this is also important. But I think I want to emphasize also the richness of different disciplines in the projects. I was really surprised in my case, for example, in the development of the algorithm, the contribution of different partners, not only scientific like José Ángel, Pilar, but also Veronica with the e-diet. She helped us a lot to move further and to not get stuck with the complication found in the project. Camila?
Yeah, I have a question actually. Yeah, you can hear me. No. So in terms of the research, like what do you think it would have been nice to have that would have been helpful to do the research in terms of, I don't know, some other partners, maybe in the involvement of like local governments for the implementation of this, or like more hospitals, more, I don't know, what do you think it would have been, what addition would have been nice to have to make all the study a little bit easier and then the impact to be a little bit even more impactful?
Yeah. First, more time to analyze data. I mean, because of you draft a project, knowing what you want to do, okay? But the huge amount of data you are producing and you are able to extract information from that. I know we are going to be working on this project at least for 3 or 4 more years, at least, publishing, extracting data and reanalyzing the data, and also sharing, and other researchers will analyze the data from different point of views, because of it's so big, and the amount of information and relationships you have that with time you extract more info from them. So I think that time is some of the keys of the thing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think in the case of the in vitro fermentation analysis, I mean, of course, we could have done more, but I don't think it would be reasonable either to, think of doing more in the context of a single project. I think it's just that, it's the first time that this has been done to this large scale. I mean, before our study, there were just, you could count with the fingers of one hand the type of similar works that had been published, some of them by us, actually. But so it's really something that is very novel. I could say I would have liked to analyze, 20 people instead of 3. I would have gotten much better results, but, it's not reasonable. It's just, we're starting something that needs to go on for, for a long time. It has to be repeated by other people. It has to be, extended in many ways. But honestly, I don't think it would have been reasonable to say, we're going to do all of that in the construct of one project.
Even with the knowledge we have now,
Yes.
I would like to have more clinicians involved there, just to help us to extract information, useful information, to be applied directly in the daily clinic practice. I know. I have learned a lot about this, about how can we use the same language. I mean, the research language and the clinician language in order to use this information. It's extremely important. And I know that more clinicians or more time to talk with them and to extract the information could be also very important.
I think something that we should probably start thinking about, maybe not only among us, but with other people that work on similar things, is what Costas was saying actually about starting to put together some kind of guidelines, even if they're very simple, but start the process and keep refining them with time. But right now there's a few things, maybe not many, but a few things that we can definitely put on paper, black over white. We think this is like this, and then with time,
it's a way to start. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. With time, with more people involved and more people thinking about it, make them more and more sophisticated. But we could probably start at least getting together and starting to think about it.
Thank you, Pilar. Bianca.
Yeah, you raised the ball, Jose, with more dissemination, communication, and now that Camila asked what's missing, I wanted to say something. What I feel now, after the event we had in San Sebastian, what is really missing, an event like the one we had dedicated to regular people who have no idea about personalized nutrition, who don't know how easy it is to have some small tricks that you can implement at home that you can help your microbiota. Because it was really amazing to be there with them, to cook. I don't know if it can be called cooking, what Veronica and I did, but
I don't know how to interpret that, Bianca. But
we tried. But it was amazing to really see their faces and to realize that there is so little knowledge. I mean, in the online world, you see a lot of information about healthy diets, about what you should eat. But at the end of the day, it's so simple. And this event that we had has proven us that this is also very important to really translate the science to the plate and to talk to normal people about this. And I think it also helps as a boomerang in developing the app, in helping shaping the results. So it was very unfortunate that COVID stopped us to do more, but I think this is something that future projects can keep in mind, the importance of having events dedicated to the final customers of the results that will come at the end.
In that event, we have a round table, and one of the participants was a top chef in the Basque Country, which is an area, a popular area where you eat very well in Spain. And after, in our university, we have a gastronomic society. This is something very typical in the Basque Country, where, well, I'm not going to tell you the story about gastronomic society. I can tell you later in the coffee break if you want. But every professor in our university can book this gastronomic society, and then you can cook, meet your friends. You have like 20, 30 positions. So we organize an event with the students, with master student and undergraduate student. And Veronica and Bianca cooked. I helped them a bit. And also the chef prepared very complicated sauces So a student prefer the food of Bianca and Veronica because it was simple and easy to cook. So it was an important, a good experience to as with this, no, with Bianca.
And one very short point about what's missing, somehow the point of Anonymous there about psychology, because I'm a parent of a teenager, and some weeks ago he told me, "Mom, you messed up with me, you made me wrong, now I cannot eat so much sugar and sweet things." And I'm trying, but then what do you do with the kids that go to school and that are surrounded by other kids eating sweets and junk food and KFC and whatever food? It's not okay. So then I think really it's important to also consider this element. It's not just important to know what to eat, but how do you educate people to eat what they are supposed to. Thank you.
Sure, I think it's quite important, that part, because of when you are drafting a project, you are thinking on what the Commission asks about this. You have different approaches, of course, but it's a pity that the last meeting you performed in San Sebastian was at the end of the project. Maybe if we didn't have the COVID pandemic or whatever, we performed it before this kind of meeting, probably we would have more meetings on that side. But at least we have in mind that this is functioning very well, and for future projects we can do these kind of things. But we can say that although it's not a meeting, we are going to release a recipe, a book of healthy recipes with all this information and whatever, and with the supervision of the nutritional point of view and healthy for the gut microbiome also. Okay, so we will impact in a different way the people.
I think I just want to add that I believe that citizen engagement is key in this, as you mentioned. I think the coming projects, like the next generation of projects, include a lot of that. Also, very important to change environments of people, like to get better foods and to change the norms. Talking about the human psychology here. Yeah. And then, I think translating science is one of, it's always being very complicated between the experts, but also translate science to the general public. And well, that's what we do at UFIC. So if you ever want to go to our website and see more information, you can just go there. I think, Francis, you were finalizing this to go for lunch?
This is the after the this is the chuleta or the sheet of the discussion. It said after one short sentence about which is going to be the main actor for driving this change. One short sentence, 10 seconds answer.
Fabio, you first.
Fabio, you first.
The first actor, I think, as we said before, one actor is not possible. It needs a communication.
Multi-actor approach.
Yes, multi-actor approach is the key.
Okay. So after this answer,
that's it.
Nothing more. We're going to go for lunch.
Thank you very much.
So we can all move to eat some lunch. It's in the ground floor, so the entry level, and it's it starts now. It finished at 1:15, and then you're gonna have like a couple of minutes for a coffee. You can come and have a coffee here before we start the second. You can leave the stuffs here, yeah.
Are we good? All right. Welcome back to the third session of today at the Stance4Health final conference here in Brussels. My name is Darius Euler-Frank, and I'll be moderating the session. We have five speakers who are key figures in the Stance4Health project. And we'll follow the same format as before. So we have 10 minutes, about 10 minutes presentation for each speakers, and then 5 minutes of Q&A afterwards. And everyone who just joined us online can visit slido.com and then type S4H, all capital, to submit their questions to the speakers. And the first speaker in this session is Professor Klaus Grunert. He's Professor of Marketing at Aarhus University and founder of the MAP Center at Aarhus University. And he specializes in consumer behavior research and has led the consumer studies in the Stance4Health project. And now I hand off to Klaus.
Okay, thank you, Darius. I'll try to keep you awake now after the lunch break here. I will not talk about the nutrition science and the other natural science basics that you have heard about in the morning here. The project Stance4Health, as you have heard from the coordinator, is an innovation action. That means it's supposed also to lead in the end to something which can be introduced on the market. And that is actually what I'm dealing about with here, because anything that we are developing in this project here will have an impact on public health only if it's actually adopted by consumers and is being used by consumers. So personalized nutrition is also a question of consumer acceptance and willingness to pay. And I'm breaking this down into 6 questions here that you can see here. Who is interested in personalized nutrition? Do people understand what that is? If they do and they're interested, how do they want to have it delivered? Then we can ask what are the barriers, both for the adoption and for the continued use, because that makes a difference, as I will show you. And then, more specifically, what are the key features for an app like the one that has, like the iDiet app, which has been developed here in this project here. And in the Stance4Health project, we've been doing consumer research to shed light and give answers to these questions. We've done a number of survey studies, mostly in Germany and Spain as the main countries where this project has been working, also some things in the UK. Also been doing some focus groups, qualitative research, and a number of smaller studies, all of which, of course, has been reported. First of all, what I will show you here, this is something we did at the beginning, and this is not data generated by Stance4Health. This were data we found. It's from a big European survey which measured people's life satisfaction and people's subjective perception of their health. And we found 4 groups differ, not surprisingly. Some are happy and healthy, some are unhappy and unhealthy, and some are either happy and unhealthy or the other way around. And which of these have most need for personalized nutrition? Of course, we would think that those that have most need for personalized nutrition are those on the right-hand side here, right? Which have the not so good health. On the other hand, we can see those on the right-hand side, they also have lower scores with regard to trying new things. So adopting something like personalized nutrition, and especially app-based personalized nutrition, may not be the most obvious solution for these people here. So this points already at an issue that I come back to, which we encounter with this type of solution we are working with here, that the people who objectively may be most in need of this kind of thing may also be the people that are most difficult to reach with the kind of instruments we are working with here. We have done a study where we looked at use of nutrition apps, not the one we developed here, but any nutrition apps, because lots of these are out on the market. We looked at people who have never used a nutrition app, those who have used one but stopped using it, and those that are still using it. And then we're looking at differences between these 3 groups, and they mirror what I've just shown you in the previous slides, namely that those who have never used a nutrition app, they have less interest in healthy eating. they have less confidence in that they can do something which would improve the healthiness of their eating, and they have also less interest in technology. And the health is also not as good. So those that do use nutrition apps, they have already a better health, are already eating more healthily, and have also higher interest in healthy eating and in technology. So if you look at people's giving reasons for why they are using or not using or have stopped using nutrition apps, we can see them here. The top reasons for using it, not so surprising, to improve your health, improve what one eats. The top reason for not using them are mostly related to what I just said. Now, people think they don't need them, or people think it's simply too difficult to use. So it's a lack of motivation, a lack of self-efficacy. Also, those that stopped using it, these are a bit different. I mean, lost interest can be also a motivational aspect, but the other factors that we see here is that the thing takes too much time to enter the data, it's too confusing to use. So this is a different question. This is a question not about motivation to eat healthily, but a question about how difficult or easy it was to use this particular instrument and helping you to do so. And again, that is an issue that we'll come back to. If you look at those that do use a nutrition app, they seem to be some pretty proficient users, because most of them use it at least once a day. Many of them use it every time they use it for more than 10 minutes. So if you actually are a continued user of a nutrition app, people seem to be serious users of these apps here. So the answer to the first question is, who is interested in personalized nutrition? It's people who are interested in healthy eating, have confidence in their ability to eat healthily, and who already have a healthier diet. And I'm saying this not sort of to demotivate the importance of what we are doing here. It's only to say that if we bring a wonderful new app on the market here, it by itself is not enough for the huge impact on public health. We need to do something else. We need also to motivate people to be interested in using this kind of app, and that cannot be done by the app alone. And in a way, of course, that should not be a surprise. The second question then was, do people understand the concept of personalized nutrition? And as I said, we did some focus groups that dealt with this issue. Two major results. One is that the concept itself is not known. People have not heard about personalized nutrition. If you ask them, have you heard about it, the answer is mostly no. The good news is the concept is intuitive. If you then ask people, what do you think it means? People come up mostly with a pretty right sort of explanation. You see some of the examples here. Probably nutrition tailored to one's specific needs, depending on someone's health condition, based on what you can and cannot tolerate. That's pretty close, right, to what we are working with. So people can make sense of it, even though the concept as such is not known to people. So do people understand the concept of personalized nutrition? There is an intuitive understanding of the concept if you prompt people, although the level of knowledge that people have at the moment is low. Then how do people want personalized nutrition delivered? And we have both some qualitative research from focus groups and some quantitative results that are relevant for this question here. These are results from the focus groups where we found that people differ in their approach to which kind of information they're willing to share. In the focus groups, most people had no issues with sharing a blood sample, but they had issues with sharing genetic information, and some also had issues with sharing detailed lifestyle information, including your medical history and a number of other things. Nobody knew about microbiome-based personalized nutrition, but people found it very interesting, and there was generally a reaction that people would be interested in hearing more about it. Generally, based on the focus groups, we found there were 4 key dimensions that had an impact on the interest in personalized nutrition. One was, not surprisingly, how useful and beneficial they thought it was. And then there were 3 more. One is related to the kind of information you need to provide, as I already have mentioned. And then there were some issues on how reliable people thought the underlying science was. Obviously, if you think the underlying science is reliable, you're more interested than if you're in doubt about that. And then there are also some ethical concerns which mainly have something to do with sharing data and the privacy of the data and things like that. This is from the quantitative study, and I think Darius will maybe say a few more words about that later on. But basically what we've been doing here, we've been showing people different hypothetical personalized nutrition services. They differed in how much effort people had to spend using them, whether the advice was provided by a human agent like a doctor or an algorithm or a combination of both, whether the degree of personalization was high or low, and then which kind of information as input is needed, lifestyle, microbiotic, or phenotypic. People chose between these ones here, and we found that there are 3 different groups of people who differ in their preferences. The first one, as you can see here on the left, the major factor for them is who's providing the advice. They want the advice from a human agent and not from an algorithm. The one in the middle, they are mainly concerned about which kind of information they want to share or need to share. The lifestyle is acceptable, but the 2 other ones are not. But the most interesting ones for us in our context here is the one on the right. So this is the biggest one. It's 55% of the population and the 2 samples here. Because here, the one that is the most highly preferred is a combination of a human agent and the algorithm, which in a way is close to the Stance4Health solution. It gives a high degree of personalization. The effort in using it is low, and it involves sharing microbiotic information. So it's actually very close to the type of profile that we are working with in the Stance4Health project. So the good news here is there is a large segment of the population that seems to be interested in this particular solution here. So how do people want personalized nutrition delivered? Different people have different preferences, but for about 50%, a microbiome-based, easy-to-use AI plus personal service solution is valued. And I think that's, of course, good news for the purposes of this project here. What are the barriers for adoption of personalized nutrition? Pay attention to the word here, because I have 2 slides on barriers. One is about on adoption, and one is about continued use once you have adopted. And there are different answers to these. So this one here, what are the barriers for adoption? Getting started with a personalized nutrition. As I already said, the 2 main factors here, a lack of motivation for healthy eating and a lack of confidence that you actually can eat more healthily, even with the help of personalized nutrition. Based on that, then, also a lack of insights into the benefits of personalized nutrition, skepticism with regard to the underlying science, and issues related to privacy and data security. But the 2 most important ones are the 2 first ones here. Because if you look at the barriers for continued use, people who have started using a nutrition app, what are the factors that have an influence that they continue using it or drop out? That's what we can see here. And the major factor, that's maybe not so surprising, is whether the app delivers the benefits that have been promised. Whether they experience those benefits leading to satisfaction with the app, which in turn is very much related to whether the app is easy to use. That's not so surprising. I mean, that's what we would expect, of course. The interesting part here is what is not in the diagram, because the motivation to eat healthily is no longer a factor. So the motivation is decisive for getting started, but the ease of use is decisive for keep on going. And I think that's an important implication from these results here. So what are the barriers for the adoption? Lack of motivation and confidence, mainly lack of insights, concerns about privacy. What are the barriers for continued use? That it's difficult to use and therefore no benefits are forthcoming. Last question then, what are the key features for a personalized nutrition app? Now, we did some research on that as input to the development of the iDiet. And we looked at a number of different things. Those 3 that came out as most important, you can see here on the left. The most important of them all is the first one, namely the possibility to add your own personal preferences, to individualize the advice that you get, have some flexibility that you can make sure that the recommendations you get are adapted to your personal food preferences. That was clearly the most important one. Then we had two more. One is giving evaluative feedback, and giving not only quantitative feedback, how often have you actually done what the app suggests that you're doing, but also saying, good, this is, you're doing a good job in terms of your dietary choices here. And the third one then is gamification, that we add some fun elements in terms of, for example, rewards and levels of progress that help people and are valued by some people in the use of such a device here. So the key features for a personalized nutrition app, according to our research here, taking into account individual preferences, feedback, and gamification. Where does that leave us? What are the major implications for commercialization of a personalized nutrition app? First of all, app-based personal nutrition is attractive for people who already have an interest in healthy eating. That is the main target group. Any commercialization attempt, of course, should aim at that target group and not at the ones who lack the motivation and the lack of self-efficacy, because they need to be dealt with in other ways, at least in the start. Secondly, an app-based personalized nutrition should include a component of human interaction, like having access to a nutritionist. And that can be just an option. If you want to, you can have contact with a human being here, and it could be for an extra fee or something like that. But I think that just the option of having that possibility, according to our results, could have a major impact on people think this is a good solution. Third, a biome-based personalized nutrition solution is new to most people and needs explanation. In giving that explanation, it is very important to be clear about what the underlying science is and to which extent you can trust in the underlying science. Of course, one should not exaggerate and make promises that you cannot keep, but this thing about being clear about the underlying science, I think, is very important. Then, as I said, the adoption is largely a question of motivation, but then having people keep on using it is mainly a question of how good the app is, whether the app is easy to use and delivers those benefits that are that have been promised. And in doing that, we have a number of recommendations for how that app should look like, and of these, the one about the individualization that the app can take into account personal food preferences is the most important one. And these were my conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus, for these deep insights. I don't have any more questions. It felt like you covered everything already. But does the audience have any questions to the consumer insight expert? We'll have a slight delay for the questions from Slido. So who wants to go first? Yes. Where? Yes.
I will try to be brief.
Klaus, thank you so much for your clear presentation. As usual, you focus on the main factors, and one of them is that using a personalized nutrition app is that you want to use it. You are open to it. Do you think that different patients with different pathologies could be open to use this kind of applications if they think that they could improve their health status related with that pathology?
Yeah. I mean, if people have a health condition, obviously they are also more motivated for healthy eating. I mean, if people have a diagnosis, there is a specific health condition, people also usually have a higher motivation for healthy eating. And I think we know that. I don't think people necessarily think about using a nutrition app in that context. Now, but that could change. I mean, if it becomes more common doing this, and if we have also in the public arena a discussion about the underlying science and not least about the positive effects of doing that, I think that could change. Because then these are people that have the motivation, but may not be familiar with using this type of tool here.
So that So in that case, maybe we should combine the practitioners, the clinicians, to convince the patients before. Okay. Nice.
Question in the back.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation. I was wondering about something. I think the motivation issue, we see that a lot of times, right, in nutrition, and that, for example, also food supplement users are mostly those who are actually already quite healthy. Could it also work the other way around, that having more of these nutrition apps and more of these personalized nutrition apps might also help to increase the motivation of people to become more healthy? Or is there any other way that we can broaden this target audience?
One of the issues with the motivation is that many people perceive some kind of trade-off between viewing food as a bundle of nutrients on the one hand side and viewing food as a source of pleasure and a good life on the other side. And that is a major barrier. It's one of the reasons why some people are not interested. I think the way something like the iDiet works, and we'll see more of that here a little later on, is that it provides, in a way, a more holistic approach to giving nutritional recommendation. Because it's not sort of advice with regard to specific nutrients and eat this, more of this and less of that, and then you need to compose your meals based on different nutrients and so on. I mean, the app does that for you. The app gives advice in terms of meals. And I think it's actually closer to this other view of having food as a source of pleasure and a good life. And therefore, once it becomes more well-known, becomes more popular, more widespread, it could actually have that effect, yes.
Another question? In the back.
Yes. It was spoken today also that a lot of new directions into nutrition are considering the food environment and all the lab, innovation labs and so on. We do have one project which is addressing also some aspects like that. And one of the things which we do not really understand, and probably here you could give us some hints with regard to personalized nutrition, what about the ones which are not having so large financial boundaries? Are they still willing to move towards a personalized diet, a personalized meal? Because, I mean, we were just passing in Germany a time where one cucumber was 2 euros.
Yeah.
Was it something which is considered by the consumer, or was something which is considered, is not related to the Stance4Health strictly, but is mostly related to the changing the food environment in the future?
Yeah, that's a difficult question. I mean, the Stance4Health, of course, if it's commercialized, will come on the market, people will need to pay for it. So there is an expense. It may not be a huge expense, but there will be an expense, which is why the motivation is really crucial. Because if it's an additional expense, if you're not motivated, you will not do it. I mean, generally, there is a lot of research about how healthy eating is related to income and things like that. And for some people, obviously, the income is a major restrictive factor. But I also think that in some ways it's probably more related to social class than to income. Because if you're, depending on the kind of life you have, a low-income life, it's not only the financial constraint, it's also where the pleasure in your life is. For some of these people, certain types of eating are a major source of pleasure in their life. And then somebody comes and says, you shouldn't do that, do something else. It's very very much uphill doing that. So what I'm trying to say is it's not only the question of the financial constraint itself, because the food budget in Europe is not so enormous as a percentage of your overall disposable income. I don't know whether that answers your question.
Well, we have 2 questions from the online audience. One not anonymous from Arno Greling. Do you think that another barrier to use might be challenges of cooking and eating in a family context? How to solve this?
Yeah, I mean, if people have difficulties cooking, obviously that is a challenge. Also here, because it assumes, I mean, the app is a home cooking app. It's not only, it has a restaurant components there as well. Now, but it's mainly a sort of home cooking app. I think what we have seen in the wake of the Corona pandemic is that people have been doing more home cooking. I mean, people need to because they couldn't go out eating, right? But I mean, we've done research showing that people not only did prepare more meals at home, but they also enjoyed having more meals at home and enjoyed being in the kitchen. There was a boost in enjoyment of cooking in the kitchen. And we have some new research, which is from last year, which shows that's still there. Even though the pandemic is largely gone, that is still there. It's nothing to do with the factors we're talking about here, but I think there actually is a development. For many years, we've been saying this goes in the wrong direction. You may now have a development which goes in the opposite direction there.
First, one question from the audience next.
Okay. I was just wondering if there was any specific insight about what people wanted to know about the microbiome. Could you detect anything that, any specific questions or?
Yeah, I would need to go back to those results. I don't have any sort of specific quote here ready at the moment, but the reactions, as I remember them, were very basic. People had no idea what. I mean, everybody has an idea you have bacteria in your gut, right? But that's also where it ends now, so that you can use it in order to optimize your food intake. Things like that. It was completely new to people. And as I said, now people were very interested in is a science, because it was also introduced as a new approach, right? Which it is, as you know here. And that sort of prompted the question, are you sure? I mean, can you trust on that if you tell us this is good for you because of your microbiome, that you actually are right in this?
I can understand that. I mean, the first time in meetings that I saw the effects of the microbiome on mice behavior, it was hard to believe. It was like, you're cheating somehow. Why would that be? It's hard to believe that it can have so much of an effect.
Yes, we have many more questions, but we're out of time.
Yeah.
So thank you, Professor Klaus Grunert, everyone.
Thank you.
And next up, we see the iDiet app with its features and experience in action by Veronica Gonzalez Vigil. She's a CEO of GSN Soft, a company that specializes in transferring nutritional knowledge into software elements for health education and research professionals. She's also leading the development of the iDiet app. So with that, Veronica.
Thank you all for joining us this day. In the beginning, when I showed the first beta and told my team the feedback, they got angry. Yes. And that's because all the people said about they like the owl, the chef, visual aspect. And this happens because our development is like an iceberg. An iceberg where the app is just the tip. But all the important work where all it happens is hidden. But this makes the app run. We build the app using a modular system, like a Lego, which allows us to connect and disconnect functionalities to create new apps. To be able to suggest menus, we only need the algorithm generator, a food database, and a recipes database. The generator is the core of the whole system. From there, we can play with bricks. We can see it from a user's point of view. It's something different. There are a lot of apps in the stores, diet apps. I'm sure you remember a big number. So what makes this app different? It's based off science. Many of the elements that make it up are already reflected in papers. It goes deeper into personalization, taking into account the user's habits and lifestyle. The app adapts to the user, not the other way around. This is often the case. We think this is essential for engagement and long-term sustainability. There is a two-way relationship. If a user skips a meal or have a different recipe, they enter it into the app, and the app recalculates all the nutritional needs and rebalance. So offer the right options for the next meal or for the rest of the week. This makes it compatible with real life. The apps allows users to add new own recipes, not just for further customization. It also calculates the nutritional information so that the user is aware of the foods they are eating, including how they are cooked and how they impact their diet. In addition, it not only shows the way to a healthy diet through suggestions, but also involves the user in the process by providing sound nutritional education. It explains when and in which parameters they deviate and gives them guidelines on how to correct. Another innovative feature is that we can take into account the user's personal microbiota information. But it will be explained by Francis Planes later. It's the first service in the world that integrates this information into many recommendations. Since an image speaks more than 1,000 words, let's see how it works. Please note that it's a tailor-made version for the project trials in other languages. So a quick machine translation has been done for this video. he traído a Ramón. Well, the benefits of using the app are being validated through nutritional trials in Spain, Greece, and Germany. It is also useful for users, but also for researchers. It provides them with a lot of information. Here are some figures from the Spanish trial. 200 people used the app for 3 months. Data was collected on their personal profile, engagement, and also the nutritional assessment of their menus. It's overwhelming. We can see some feedback obtained from UMass questionnaires. We were really surprised by the acceptance for a non-commercial version, especially that there are people who asked to continue using the app after the trial and are still using it years later. The results are still being analyzed, but we already have some information of how participants felt. Here, a small sample. The testimonials are very varied, but many talk about feeling better because there are no forbidden foods, slight weight loss, improvement in sleep quality, and how it has encouraged them to discover new food and recipes. These are very positive results that motivate us to keep working. There's nothing like feeling that you've made a small difference to someone's well-being to make all the efforts worthwhile. And now my team is very happy.
Thank you, Veronica, for showing us this beautiful interface into how future consumers may actually engage with science. And now in the next talk, we're going to hear about the science behind the iDiet app. So the next speaker is Professor Francisco Planes, and he's principal investigator at the University of Navarra in Spain, focusing on the development of algorithms for molecular network analysis in cancer and personalized nutrition. And he will talk about the science underneath the iDiet app. So, yes.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Atrás, ¿cómo es esto? Okay. 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 One more. Okay. Thank you very much, Darius. I'm going to talk about the algorithm to rank food according to gut microbiota. Sorry. Our starting point is that the human gut microbiota degrades input dietary compounds into key microbial metabolites that regulate host health. We have metabolites that are health promoters, and we have metabolites that are disease promoters. That's our starting point. The question is, can we control through diet the production of these key output microbial metabolites, considering that each individual has a different gut microbiota composition? That was our question. How to control the production of these key output microbial metabolites. But the previous fundamental requirement and scientific question is that if we know how input dietary compounds are degraded into key output microbial metabolites. Can we model how these input dietary compounds are degraded into these output microbial metabolites? So to answer this question, our approach was to rely on metabolic networks. At that time, it has been released in Nature Biotech, an impressive repository of metabolic reconstruction of almost 800 members of microorganisms of the human gut microbiota, developed by the group of Ines Thiele, and the repository is called Agora, and it can be extracted from this webpage. Networks integrate thousands of reactions that occurs in different microorganisms, and they are stored in different databases. We're going to work with this one, okay? With these networks, we can build microbial community models where different species can be treated as a different compartments. And what is most important with these networks, we can connect input dietary compounds with output microbial metabolites, okay? It's similar to logistic network, to city networks, but here we have reaction network where the nodes or the city are metabolites. I'm not going to put any mathematical formula, but what is even more interesting is that this community model can be contextualized for different individuals using metagenomic data. In our case, 16S RNA gene sequencing data taken from stool samples, okay? So depending on the microorganism you have in the microbiota, you're gonna have a different metabolic capabilities, okay? In addition, in this community model, we can contextualize the different foods we are taking, because different foods has different input compounds here, and again, we're gonna have a different output microbial metabolites. We're gonna have a different metabolic capabilities. So to build these context-specific or personalized community models, we integrate different data from different partners in Stance4Health. For 16S RNA sequencing data, we have here Pilar, and also all the information about food with the different databases generated in the consortium, also with the help with Professor José Ángel Rufián and eDiet. So we have all the ingredients to build these personalized microbial community models. Our work was to, once we have all this data, take all this data and predict for different foods the output microbial metabolites that are going to be synthesized, okay? And we start to do this work, but we found that in Agora, in this repository, was the information about key input dietary compounds was insufficient. Was difficult to connect the information we have with eDiets with Agora, because many degradation pathways for these nutrients was not annotated. So we developed a different complex bioinformatics and computation pipelines to complete these networks that was more amenable to integrate with eDiets. We validate with different datasets and different nutrient families that we were more accurate than Agora to predict the output microbial metabolites using targeted metabolomics data, but also uses untargeted metabolomics data, and with very different compounds, nutrient families. So now this was an important milestone in the project. We have a more accurate human metabolic network of the gut microbiota. But the question is still there. How Agreda our repository, our human metabolic network is called Agreda. It's an improvement of Agora. So Agreda accurately defines how input the direct compounds are degraded. But the question is still there. How can we use Agreda to personalize the diet and rank food for its patients? So we follow this strategy. We select a number of target metabolites based on literature and metabolomics data. Some of them were healthy and some of them were unhealthy. Okay? That was our first step. Define this list of automicrobial metabolites we want to target. Okay, we want 42 metabolites we want to follow, and they are going to give us the state of the human of the gut microbiota. And then, using our computational approach, using the metagenomics data and Agreda, we run foods according to a global scale that considers the capacity to produce more of healthy target metabolites and less of unhealthy target metabolites. Here we have 4 metabolites, okay? And we analyze for each individual the capacity to produce more of the healthy, here these are healthy, short-chain fatty acids, and one here is unhealthy. And we construct a normalized integrated score for the capacity of different foods for different individuals to produce these metabolites. This is interesting to note that this curve here was built using a reference distribution from healthy individuals taken from a completely different cohort. Okay? So somehow we can give a normalized score, considering healthy individuals, of the capacity of the different foods to produce more of the different target metabolites. Here, we have here 4 foods, okay? 4 different samples. Obviously, we can find some of the food that are always, in general, are good for the microbiota. And we also have other foods that are general bad for the microbiota. This is Spanish chorizo. Okay. This is broad beans. I took a lot of broad beans in the lunch. This is a secret. But also the interesting thing was this one, this chestnuts, that for some individuals are very good, and for some individuals are not that good. And this is very dependent on the gut microbiota. Okay? Possibly these individuals lack some particular microorganisms that are making a much better use of these different foods. Okay, this approach was applied to all the samples and different interventions we have in the project. Yes, as a final conclusions, using Agreda, metagenomic data and food databases, we have built a novel ranking algorithm, food ranking algorithm for each individual according to gut microbiota. This is something very unique in the scientific literature. A second point is that the definition of target metabolite is a central decision in our approach that can be adapted to specific clinical conditions. And this is something we can continue improving for different versions of the app. Because perhaps for diabetes patients, we have a different panel of biomarkers, of metabolite biomarkers. We are also now conducting additional experimental validation to demonstrate this ranking of food using in vitro fermentation experiment that were generated in Stance4Health. And as I just told, we have also integrated our microbiota-based food score with iDiet software in order to provide individual nutritional recommendation in human intervention. So thank you very much for all the team Technoon, my PhD student, Telmo and Francesco are in the framework of this project, has conducted their PhD studies. And thank you, the Commission and all the partners of Stance4Health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes for questions.
Slido.
Yes. Is this? Are these from before? Yes. I thought, wow, that was quick.
Veronica, come here. Okay.
Yes. So maybe the most important question for some is Agreda open source somewhere?
The Human Metabolic Network, Agreda, is open source and is published in Nature Communication, so it's already available since 2021. What is not available is the ranking algorithm. We're still deciding what to do. Possibly we want to protect it, or
yes.
But yes, the Agreda is open. It's open source.
If Anonymous was interested in, if they could get access to the algorithm, what is that something in the future?
I have to. I cannot answer this question right now, but we are also studying if we're going to publish the algorithm. We are going to explode it. We are in that discussion. So yes. Currently we haven't the algorithm available for the public, or freely available, obviously.
Yes. Other questions? Yes, in the back. We'll get you a microphone.
Need to find my way first here through.
Yeah, thank you for a very nice presentation, and also the very interesting information you have got from assembling all this data. But I was wondering, of course, everybody is using fecal samples to monitor the microbiota by metagenomics. But I was wondering, don't we miss something? Because the digestion of food, of course, is happening in the small intestine. And what we see in the fecal samples, of course, is not resembling the small intestinal microflora. Of course, it's very difficult or even not possible to sample the small intestine. But I was wondering, aren't we missing important information by just focusing on fecal samples and so what's happening in the large intestine, the colon?
Yeah, I agree. This could be an additional improvement in our algorithm to not only take in consideration the microbiota, but also considering that these outputs could be also degraded in the intestine by intestinal cells and produce another and get to the blood with another transformation. Could be that could be mediated, but in the project we have to, as Pilar says, we also have boundaries in the project, and we decided to stop and validate with the gut microbiota. That's, I agree with you. We could improve the outcome of the algorithm by considering also the metabolic contribution of intestinal cells. for example, one additional limitation of our algorithm we are currently working and we are improving is that at the moment in the algorithms we use the microbiota composition as something static. Okay, you have a photograph of your microbiota when you take the sample, but this is something very dynamic, and you have also interactions, nutrient interaction with bacteria, and we have created a new version of the algorithm considering this dynamic interaction between bacteria and nutrient, and this is something. In many cases, we have interactions that are not metabolic, but also regulatory, and this is something very interesting. But yes, we have many ways to improve and hopefully we have the opportunity to keep improving our approach in the future.
Next, we have questions from the online audience, and one from Stephanie Bodenbach. Asking if the screenshot sample recipes refer to, for example, Serrano ham. Do you advertise geographic indication covered foods in the app? Is this appropriate for EU-funded project? I'm not sure if this goes to the algorithm itself or if you can speak to that.
Yeah, I think we have.
But. Yeah. If not now, maybe this question will be answered then after the conference. And the next one also goes more to the app. So, well, thank you, Professor Francisco Planes. And if you pay attention to the program, our next speaker would be Sascha Ron, food chemistry professor at the Technical University in Berlin, who unfortunately fell ill and cannot join us today. There will be a recorded session posted after the conference by Sascha Ron, though. And this brings us to our next speaker, Samuel Giovando, who coordinates the CRCF SRL, which provides R&D for the Silva team, a tannin producer. And the project aims to produce food-grade tannins as microbiome modulars for food or supplement ingredients, creating functional products for the Silva team to market. So thank you, Samuel Giovano, for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. So I present the activities made in the project. I would say something really close to the market, I hope, at the end of the project or even later. Yeah. So during the project, this has been the activities made. This picture is summarizing all the activities where we produce something that were capsules or samples, stuff to take samples, biscuits, and so on, to test these tannins in food. First of all, we select tannin extract, and we have done this in the first part of the project. And the selection has been made on the activity that these tannins has on the gut microbiota. After that, have been developed some cereals foods to enrich it with tannins and or riboflavin that as soon as testers felt riboflavin has been removed from the recipe. But at the end, we produce personalized foods with tannin inside. And at the end, we made some tested the biological effect of these foods on gut microbiota. So first of all, selection of tannin. has been made the tanning production using the raw material and procedures and process in lab that are allowed in food industry to produce this kind of product and to apply that in the food sector. And for instance, tannins are used for wine production, for beer production, and are used in a lot of other industries since centuries without any big concern. So we felt quite let's say, safe to use this kind of product in our project. Have been evaluated in vitro some fermentation and has been evaluated the biological activities, have been shown that tannins added into the diet, into the in vitro test, increased the short-chain fatty acids in the microbiota metabolism. And finally, we produce some samples to try during the project. These are the raw material that we tested, from chestnut wood, quebracho wood, taro pods, gold nuts, and of 2 types of gold nuts. We made a supplementation phase on the first group of volunteers with these capsules. We had funny time making capsules with drug inside, placebo and so on. 4 weeks supplementation of these tanning capsules and analysis of microbiota functionality on the subject, on the volunteers. In particular, there has been found a correlation between this supplementation on the certain bacteria species good for health and the production of short-chain fatty acids. The results have been presented in a couple of congress, this one in Parma regarding food bioactives and health, and the other one in London regarding the International Conference Polyphenols and Health. And the results of the first part of the project have been presented there. Here, in particular, the results has shown that encapsulated tanning with pectins and other polysaccharides do not have some advantage at the end on the tanning itself. We made some nice case, let's say, to present this kind of product that are a powder product in a little bottle to some conferences, to these 2 conferences, just to promote this kind of product to the industry participating there and also to the academic present there. Another publication has been done showing the results of the project, the antioxidant, pro-oxidant on the metabolism of this product based on tanning and how to analyze this in volunteers, and these have been published. For the intervention in children, have been produced some cocoa biscuits and breadstick with tanning inside, and have been evaluated some the results with this metaclinic test. In this intervention phase, tannins have been added into the daily portion at 240 milligrams for the children intervention. This has been a quantity of biscuits and breast stick produced. Another intervention has been made with, has been made a recipe of personalized food supplements with 4 products, let's say 2, pre-op and post-op and relative placebo product. And yeah, and have been provided for by one partner. Has been developed also another product for general well-being based on the tanning. On the tanning used before in the food, here in the food supplements. Tanning used here were the same used in the previous intervention phase on food product, and have been evaluated the sensory effect of this food supplement. So these are quite nice results, but from the industrial point of view, I see the industrial point of view, we would like to go on the market to sell this concept, to sell these results and product at the end. But the way is not so fast. It's not so easy to put on the market something new, especially related to our health, and it's correct, I think. So first of all, regarding the production plant, Silva team is a partner of CRCF that is partner in the project. From Silva team point of view, has been adopted some procedure to produce this product in production line. Has been adopted some procedure, HACCP plan. From a regulatory point of view, tanning extract need to be considered as a novel food, so need to be registered as a novel food. So a dossier is needed before to enter on the market. The novel food dossier is made by several parts. One is the production process, another are toxicological studies, etc., etc. Toxicological study has been already made, showing that these products are safe in this dosage. After that, we need to submit the dossier to EFSA, and we need to start a discussion with EFSA in order to have the final authorization as a novel food. We are thinking about tannins as a family with some member inside, because the authorization will be for botanical species. So as I show you, botanical species where we extract tannins are several, we need several dossiers at the end. One from chestnut, another one from tara, another one from sumac nut, etc. But nevertheless, every one of these substances has in common that are polyphenols, so makes sense to make a family covering all these substances. From a commercial point of view, we need a brand and logo and value proposition, but here we have colleagues of Silva team that are ready to go on the market and just need the authorization from the EFSA, from the dossier, and that is not so easy, as you can imagine. But in the meantime, we try to make you happy we prepare biscuits, cocoa biscuits. This is a recipe we used with tanning mixture used before in the intervention. These biscuits are available here outside in our future coffee break. Yeah. Everyone can take one. For every bag contain 4 biscuits, and these 4 biscuits contain the daily dosage used for the children intervention. So any one of us is not children anymore, so you can eat safely. Yeah, you can take 2. Yeah. The amount of tanning inside is not possible to feel because it's so low. I mean, tanning is astringent, are very astringent in general as every polyphenols. But the amount here, for every biscuit, there are 60 milligrams of tanning added. And 60 milligrams is less than what you can perceive. As I said, this amount of the total tanning inside the bag is what we used in the intervention of children, and we used in the adult intervention 330 milligrams, so 50% more than this. Do not eat, if you cannot eat something with wheat flour or with butter, or yes, because they're full of calories and full of butter, full of eggs, etc., sugars, but are tasty. So, these are available outside. Thank you very much to all of you. We hope to be able to propose this to the market as soon as possible. For the moment, just for you.
Thanks. I'll have one after the session. So do you have a timeline on when we can get our hands on those? Will they be distributed online? I don't know, what are the plans?
2 years. Yeah, because as soon as normally the EFSA time when the dossier is provided to them is around 2 years, where we are quite ready to submit the dossier. So I suppose 2 years and something, yeah.
So we will need to stay excited for quite some time more.
Yeah.
Any questions from the audience about? Yes.
Maybe I can say something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe 1 year, but
yeah. You will try. Sometimes it's quite complicated, the negotiations with EFSA, trying to prove that at the end, tannins are a kind of bioactive compounds that are spread across the different vegetables we are eating every day. Yeah. So it's not, I mean, something new, the extract, but at the end they are products that we have, all of us, in the different foods we have, not already used, as you said, for the production of beer, wine, or whatever. So that's the difficulty. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit more here to explain to people that also the production of tannins is sustainable under the point of view,
yes,
because it's quite important. I mean, because of, it's another discussion, but I think you could explain them the sources of.
Thank you for the question. Is water extraction at the end, just as for coffee making process or tea, that you put raw material, vegetable raw material, in hot water, and you extract the water with polyphenols inside, you evaporate the water, and you keep the dry matter that is polyphenols. If you extract that from tea, is very rich in polyphenols, not so convenient from economical point of view, produce tons of these polyphenols there are other raw materials that are more convenient from economical point of view just for the concentration of polyphenols. That's why there are companies that produce polyphenols, this kind of tannins from chestnut wood or quebracho wood, just because this contains a lot of amount of these polyphenols. Yes, but nevertheless, polyphenols are part of our diet from ever, from apple peels or grapes or wines or fruits. Any fruits contain a lot of polyphenols inside. So.
Yes, one more question from the audience.
Thank you. Just a question, because when we try to use the tannin biscuits to children, we've heard some complaints from our gastroenterologist who said that tannins for children may be not so healthy because there is always a cutoff from how much they can eat. I'm not aware of this limit, but did you perform any toxicological experiments, research in children? Because you will need that if they go to the market. They will ask you for that.
Yes, absolutely. The required studies are related on the daily amount that is possible to eat without any problem. And the test that has been required to register needs to show something like 50 times more higher.
Okay.
That it has no effect well, the toxicological studies are not on humans, are on mice, on rats. So, but the standard studies are like that. You know, we proved that these products are not concerned, as not concerned about toxicological studies. So, yeah, I think another point could be the taste. Yes, I understand. So it's for that we already made some studies looking for the maximum level of this kind of product in food material in general, for example, in fruit juice or in biscuits or in yogurt, finding that the maximum dosage depends also on flavor that you add, because cocoa flavor is something that covers the polyphenols. I mean, polyphenols help some taste to be more tasty, let's say. Yeah, but
next we have a question from our online viewers. And that is, today we heard that ultra-processed food causes our today's health problems. Is promoting such products appropriate to solve health problems?
Well, I think that tannins, I'm referring to the slide that Jose Angel presented before, tannins are present in the natural diet. So just extracting this component of natural diet, putting in the processed food is no bad at the end, because you provide something that becomes from the nature in the processed food. So it means something like produce processed food, even if they are processed food, have something from their natural composition, let's say, more similar to the natural composition. I don't know if...
Yes. And then we had a question from the audience. Yeah. In the back.
Is not really a question, but as this presentation is more related to the end using of the Stance4Health, and for sure the Stance4Health aim was clear throughout the iDiet app, but I think it's very important to highlight that there are also several other products developed by the companies, among the tannins, which Samuel and very good pointed. But what I want to highlight that also as part of the Stance4Health project, several tangible products which are really close to market and or already on the market have been developed. I think there are more than 6 or 8. We in BioZone, together with the partner Centif, we have developed 4 powder-based products. So those are tangible results of the project. And as was speaking before, what can research do better? I think one of the answers shall be so that we speak about food ingredients. We shall not always go only to the medical point of view, but we shall also go to the industry, because the industry is the one who brings that on the market. And this is what we have managed quite well. One product which I want to highlight here, which was developed, it is a supplement for elderly, which we even managed to put all the vitamins and minerals which can be prescribed by a doctor. So we go beyond the budget boundary, because that can be prescribed by a doctor, at least in Germany. So one product like that, and that can also sustain completely.
Do you also like to phrase a question out of this?
Yes. No, I didn't want to say. I said on the beginning, I do not have a question, but as we spoke a lot in this conference about research, I think it is fair to highlight also then the role of the end users, because we are 8 companies here. So that's why I want to make sure that it's clear in the conference that inside the Stance4Health project, we have about 8 tangible products which have been developed.
Okay, then let's... Question only. Question, okay. Yes.
I see some interesting point.
Do you want to take
No, I don't want to promote chocolates, cookies as healthy, let's say, because tanning inside. But yes, this was just an occasion to put some project results in something pleasant for everyone.
Yeah.
And
yes, with reference to the EFSA Novel Food Dossier, congratulations, you're a brave man.
Yeah.
How many resources are you going to dedicate for that, roughly? I mean, internal resources, person months, maybe external resources, lawyers, additional tests. Do you have a rough understanding how much that will be?
I have no clear idea, because a lot of them are outside the company. But internally, I think 1.5 to put together information about production process and composition information and so on. It's not easy, but it's a hard job at the end. From external point of view, there are 3 laboratories that collaborated to give results, to the toxicological studies. One more for the composition, one very skilled laboratory, but one because has been selected after 4 has been tested before. So it's not easy to reply to your question, but nevertheless, it's a hard job to present a dossier to EFSA.
I'm really curious. Are we here in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, or what would you estimate?
What? People?
No. Internal resources, person months,
money. In total, we estimated 200,000 euro per every substance. Substance mean botanical origin. So if we are talking about 2 per. Yeah.
Okay. Good luck.
So, yes,
Thank
also
you.
good luck from me for the certification process. Thank you, Samuel.
Thank you.
Giovanni, we're out of time, so we can't take more questions.
Thank you very much.
Next up is our final speaker with a presentation on food for thought, bringing personalized nutrition solutions to the market. And our speaker is Gustavo Cancelas, who is an expert evaluator and senior consultant at Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe, with expertise in spin-off companies, financing and R&D management.
And a sinner, Darius. I'm a sinner. And I want to confess. I want to make a confession today. I come from the lovely city of Santiago de Compostela. in the northwest part of Spain. Our cathedral is very famous because we receive pilgrims every single day since 1,000 years. Can you imagine? 1,000 years receiving pilgrims on a daily basis. I used to say, hello, where are you from?
San Sebastian.
Oh, lovely. By the way, how does it take to reach Santiago from San Sebastian just walking?
3 weeks.
1 month, as an average of 25 kilometers a day. In the Middle Age, the sinners were committed to go to Santiago to suffer because you are a sinner. And if you live in Brussels, take into consideration you need at least 3 months to reach Santiago de Compostela by walking. 3 months of pain, suffering in your, namely feet, legs, knees. Oh, the same happen today, but they are free of charge. They are plenty of happiness. They are no sinners. But as I mentioned, I'm a sinner. Because I must confess that in my former position as a CEO, I contribute to ask for public grants at the European Commission with no interest at all on exploitation activities, with no interest at all about what to do with the research results. That's my sin. I'm a sinner. And I want to confess today. I was in the dark side. And as a CEO, I ordered to my staff, let's go to another project, just for funding my personal costs. What a sinner. And how about, dear boss, how about our research results? Forget about the research results. Look for another project in order to get finance. That's my main goal. What a sinner. Then we decide to say goodbye to the dark side and convert. I practice a conversion. And I asked to the European Commission to be an expert evaluator in order to detect in advance potential sinners. Oh, that's my role. I love this role because thanks to this collaboration, I can contribute to stop in advance in order to detect potential sinners. And my second point was to get on board on the program Horizon Results Booster. Horizon Results Booster is a program run by the European Commission to help projects, funded projects, to start thinking about exploitation topics, namely. So to invite partners to get out of their comfort zone. We are very comfortable at lab. Oh, this is my comfort zone. You are at lab, make new knowledge, producing research, papers. But how about the exploitation of the generated knowledge in each project? By the way, all these projects, namely H2020 or Horizon Europe, are on the top of Europe. You are playing the Champions League. You are the Real Madrid, Manchester City. You are the Liverpool, Bayern, Paris Saint-Germain. You are on the top of the world. You are the very best we have in Europe. Congratulations. Be aware of that. You are on the top. And how about the results, the outcomes of these top-rated projects? How about? How many of our research results reach the marketplace in the end and contributes to generate a lot of revenues and a lot of new jobs? Europe needs to create new jobs. So it's advisable to think about, our champions of the champions, our top Champions League, our best granted projects, by the way, with public money, could reach the marketplace and put in value, added the most to Europe as a leader in the planet. This would be my wish. And in fact, it is. But is it the reality? Think about how many projects do you know in your life? 10, 20, 30, maybe 100? Think about. This is food for thought. So I need your help, please. Can you move to the next slide, please? Or may I? May I? Okay. This is the European paradox. The European paradox means, okay, we fail when we translate our research results to the market. But we generate as Europe a lot of research results. We are gold medal producing knowledge. Congrats, by the way. You are among them. Remember, you are the champions. But the fact is, by investing millions of euros, we are not able to reach the market and convert into new jobs, new revenues, generating a lot of money, selling around the globe, not just in our local countries. Please, open your mind. How many reach the market? Just a few. What a pity. What a pity, said my dear friend in the USA. What a pity, Gustavo, what a pity. And I said, you are the best regarding commercialization in the USA. I love you. I really appreciate your solutions. But we are the best when producing knowledge. What a pity, Gustavo, they say. Come to the party to the USA and sell your products here. Oh, when I said this to the partnership, they said, selling in the USA? Oh, I'm very frightened. I can only sell just in Greece or in Spain. What limited ambition. And we are dealing with the champions, remember. So, ask yourself, how many projects do you know? Please help me. This is the fight against the famous Spanish siesta moment. So, in order to take advantage of this, I invite you to share your thoughts about this, some figures. How many projects do you know? 10, 20? 35. Okay, 35. Can you help me with your calculator? 35. Number of them that reach commercialization of 35. So, zero. Zero. There, zero. Wait, I anticipate you will use your calculator. Please, we have a PO professional. This is a top. Please, your contribution. How many projects do you know? 100? 1,000? Many. So, it's many in your calculator. Many. Then divided. How many of them reach commercialization? Very few, divided very few, so 1.5%. This is our picture. This is Europe. Welcome to the real world. Why is so difficult? Why? Jose, why? Tell me, Jose, tell me. We need promising results, close to the market, for sure. That's an ingredient. Without this ingredient, forget about commercialization. Number 2, customers willing to pay us for our solution. Imagine nobody buys the product. Forget about commercialization. And number 3, a group of partners with willingness to exploit. I had the honor in the last century, exactly in 1999, to create a venture capital society, a venture capital fund, in order to provide finance to spin-off companies, startup companies. And we screen all the proposals based on, for sure, an excellent business plan with an excellent market research, a feasibility study. So a document, okay? It's a document. And furthermore, the team we evaluated before invest our money at risk about the team. So, on the one hand, we have a promising, a lovely business plan, and on the other hand, we have the team. Pop, which of these two are the most important? Please, share with the audience.
The team.
It sounds so well. Can you repeat, please?
The team.
Absolutely. The team is on the up, on the forefront of all. In fact, imagine the best technology you can imagine. Imagine the best IPR portfolio. We have the 4 best patents in the world. But imagine a poor team. In fact, a poor team can ruin a great project. So there is no doubt that point number 3 is, in fact, on the top. These are at least some requirements in order to practice exploitation of the research results. I have good news. Very good news. This project decided to apply to Horizon Results Booster. This means an additional, an extra effort besides the work package number 1, work package number 2, work package number 3, all in all, the coordinator role, the coordinator, let's go, please send me all the documents for the commission, blah. Besides this effort, in addition, this project knocked at the door of the Horizon Results Booster. We want more. Are you sure? Are you crazy? Jose, are you crazy? I can't believe it. You have plenty of work. You have PhD students. You have postdoc. You have your own research. You have pre-graduates. You have... And the beneficiary was free service to an additional, an extra work. The service number 1 is called portfolio dissemination exploitation strategy, a sort of brainstorming session to start thinking about exploitation. Let's say ice breaking. Let's start thinking about how to exploit our promising research results. Step 1. Step 2, business plan development. So more in-depth analysis regarding marketing strategy, customers, financials. And in the service number 3, go to market. By the way, this is an ongoing process right now. We deal with early adopters, name customers, costs, financials, and we fine-tune the final version in order to decide go or not to go to the market. Because going to the market is not free of charge, as you can easily imagine. Market analysis, business strategy, operations, competitor identification analysis, all of these are done right now. We are in the last steps of this. And I can only say congratulations to all partners involved. But I want to invite to stand up to Vero, to Jose, stand up please, and to the PO, and please provide a big applause to all of them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The PO is always the facilitator towards exploitation. Key role. Jose and Vero have been working hardly on a monthly basis and a lot of meetings, a lot of sessions. And congratulations. My wish. Be an excellent example for others. For others with the basic condition of willingness to exploit, willingness to have an extra, an additional work besides the day-to-day activity. And this is all I want to share with you this afternoon. Thank you very much. This is for you, Darius. Darius is the name of my little boy.
Oh. Well, so thank you, Gustavo.
Thank you.
And do we have questions in the audience, online?
Where is Santiago? In the north? Or
well, first of all,
near the Atlantic Ocean. Near the Atlantic Ocean. By the way, in the audience, who knows Santiago de Compostela? Please share with Darius. Oh,
we have one question.
Yes, please. Feel free.
Thank you kindly. I'd like to stretch your metaphor a little further.
Oh, please. Many thanks
So
in advance.
I'm horribly afraid you might be preaching to the choir. In that we are already, a large number of researchers are very willing to exploit their outputs, both in and for research and also commercially, because there are two potential strands for exploitation. But I'm not sure that either the environment or indeed the training that goes into researchers supports that process. Certainly, the research assessment exercise is changing, but oh my goodness, it's slow in recognising exploitation activities, regardless of which route you go down. And I don't see enough training at the undergraduate and early postgraduate stage to give confidence. We talk about confidence and skills in using IT tools. We also need confidence to stand up there and pitch.
Absolutely. Many thanks for your reflection, and it's a great contribution. And by the way, since the era of sinners that we are looking just for money in our proposals, the Commission includes a key word, as everybody knows. The key word is impact. So we expect, as evaluators, that at least a draft version of the exploitation of the results in advance. That's the main point we have gathered. I'm very glad with this, but don't forget, we are professionals for writing documents. And I can write easily what you can expect to read about it. And it's not mandatory for me to go to the market in the end, for sure. but we are, as pilgrims, going step by step. And the impact is a good step, in my view. Please, Peter.
We have time for one short question.
Okay. No, it's...
And how about Anonymous?
It's a comment.
No.
Sorry.
It's a comment.
I'm also a pilgrim, and I would recommend to look for EIT food for training opportunities. And there's a full ladder, starting with students going up to already early market adopters, and that might help for that.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Excellent.
So thank you. Big hand for Gustavo Cancelas. With that said, we conclude the third session of today. To all the viewers, we're going for a short break and then finishing off the day with a fourth session and a large panel discussion. So stick around and we'll see you soon.
Okay. Just waiting for the last people to take their seats. Perfect. Okay. Welcome. Glad that you made it so far. We would like now to start the fourth and final session of today. Maybe we can put the next slide so we have the title. Well, the title anyways is going to be Beyond the Plate, Future Approaches for and Requirements for a Personalized Public Health Century. My name is Stefan Kamsov. Most of you know me through my countless email exchanges with you. I'm here together with my colleague Camila Masri. We are both from UFIC, the European Food Information Council. And this session, we will have the aim to extract a little bit the lessons learned, opportunities, but also face towards the challenges that personalized nutrition has in front. We want to dig a little bit deeper into special areas in our panel discussion. But before we go into that panel discussion, we have a short kickoff introduction presentation. I'm very happy to introduce now the moderator of the last session. So I think that's like a good overlap here. So welcome everybody again, Darius Aurel Frank from the Aarhus University. He is an assistant professor specialized in life with technology, and he has presented his work in Nature, Human Behavior and conferences worldwide, and led consumer studies in the Stance4Health project. Darius, the stage is yours.
Thanks. So I'm waiting for the next slide to appear. Yes, so I have the pleasure to introduce this exciting panel discussion we're going to have with a short and hopefully provoking introduction talk. So that's why I thought, okay, what can we, if we talk about the future, because now in the previous 3 sessions this morning and also this afternoon, we learned all about how does the iDiet work, this particular EU project, so the mechanisms behind it, the algorithms, the app itself, and so on. But what will the future look like? And the one people that are not inside the room, but maybe viewing this at home, are the consumers. And those are the people who will ultimately judge whether this great and awesome invention that we talked about today will become an innovation later on when it is introduced to a market. So I posed this title, Is the World Ready for the iDiet? And I hope we'll have a very lively discussion afterwards. So what I mean with is the world ready for the iDiet? I mean, are consumers ready to adopt an application that is supposed to facilitate their personal health through nutritional guidance? And there is the good, the side with the good, such as that the iDiet is a revolutionary innovation in health and nutrition. It is a mobile app that utilizes advanced artificial intelligence algorithms. It provides users with highly personalized dietary recommendations, and these are tailored to their unique needs, preferences, and goals, which helps them to then reach those goals, their personal goals, much more efficient and also more sustainable. This is all the good about this. And it has the potential to revolutionize the way people approach their lives and diets in a more sustainable lifestyle. There's also the bad or the challenging part about it. And that is actually related to consumers' concerns related to reliance on artificial intelligence or on algorithms may they be based on apps or chatbots these days. Furthermore, they may question the effectiveness of the iDiet app, as this depends on the user engagement and adherence with the guidance. So if you don't follow the steps on a daily basis, well, then you may even have adverse outcomes. And so the challenge is for individuals, this is a particular challenge for individuals who struggle with, for instance, self-discipline, or they find it effortful to use an app on the daily basis to facilitate their food decisions, which are quite habitual. And mind that we are in a world with an increasing complexity and so little time to make these decisions. Now, there's also a risk related to users neglecting the true value that is provided by the nutritional advice. And as I said, with potentially adverse outcomes when it comes to their dietary choices. So the grand challenge here is how will consumers respond to the iDiet and its app? And what are the most relevant service aspects to consider? And how can the iDiet effectively adapt to diverse needs, if there are any? And my colleague Klaus Grunert already presented some results of our study because, well, we are consumer researchers, so why not ask the consumer? And we did that, and what I'm showing next are responses, 36,000 choices they made on the service aspects related to the iDiet app. And this is the summary here. I tried to take out all the sciencey and p-values and whatnot, but give you a good digestible synthesis of these results. And so what I'm proposing or want to discuss is that there may not be the one consumers, but different consumer segments. And actually what we find is there's two smaller segments, roughly 22% each, that have a reluctance to adopt an iDiet app. And one is related primarily to the reluctance towards artificial intelligence versus getting nutritional advice from a health expert, like a doctor. And for the others, it is the method of providing the input to the personalized nutrition app, and that is the microbiome. So I named these the analog and the skeptical. Luckily, though, there is a larger segment of consumers, 56%, who we see are potentially quite favorable to the idea of managing their personal diets through an app. And those greatly value the personalization aspect about an app, having a low effort in making this choice quick and easy, and then being assisted not by a doctor, not by an AI, but by a combination of both. And this is something they value and they are ready to pay for. So brief outlook into the future. The iDiet will likely never be for everyone, but it is for the majority of people, it evidently is. However, reluctance towards artificial intelligence is what we see stands right now in the way of uniquely personalized health services for the masses. There's something we can't overcome yet, and that is humans' trust in humans, luckily. But when we want to transition towards something that can be delivered at a cheaper price to the masses, highly individualized, then we have the technology for that, because that is the app that we developed or tested. But facilitating trust into that app is going to be a challenge. So time will ultimately tell the success of the iDiet. But in my opinion, success starts with awareness of the problem and discussion of potential solutions. So the success starts today with us here at the final conference in Brussels, discussing this matter and providing potential solutions to that. And finally, personalized nutrition has the potential to facilitate health and sustainability at the same time. And with that, I'm ready to kick off the panel discussion. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Darius. If you want, please already take a seat. Camille, do you want to press on? Yes, go on. Now, next, for the panel discussion, I would, well, you can see already the faces beautiful on the screen, but I would first like to welcome Dr. Ali de Boer. She is an assistant professor at the Maastricht University in the Netherlands, and her research interests include the role, use, and effect of scientific evidence in food-related policies and legislation. She aims to contribute to improving our understanding of how consumers can best be informed about foods, especially when it comes to new technological food developments. Welcome, Ali.
Thank you.
Yes, you are allowed to clap for that. Next on stage, I would like to welcome Konstantinos Douros.
Kostas. For simplicity.
For friends,
this is
Kostas.
the official name, the full name. Friends call me Kostas.
We're friends here. So, Kostas, he is a professor in pediatrics and pediatric pulmonology at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. Sorry, I have to read that. Even in Greek. And he is focused on pediatric allergy and pulmonology and has taken in the Stance4Health project the challenging role, I would like to say, of recruiting children and coordinating the field research in Athens. And then, last but not least, we also have Kai Hermsen with us. He is the co-founder of the Twins Foundation and coordinator of the DRG for Food Horizon Europe project, and he is a trust and tech advocate. He is creating open source disposable identity to establish online trust, and Kai has already advised and coached various organizations on digital trust and cybersecurity, including leading the Charter of Trust initiative at Siemens, and he's the father of two as well. So. Before we going into the panel discussion itself, I would just like to remind that we also... You have your notes? Yeah. Okay. That we also have the Slido open for the participants, of course, on site as well as online. So please don't hesitate to join us in questioning these four experts here on stage. We will also have some prompted questions later on, but the first round is basically open for everyone. But I think maybe what we can start with now is to have a little questions from ours.
Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, well, we're going to start this first round of questions. I would like to ask you, Darius, first, thank you for a very nice presentation. And regarding your main question, based on the research presented, is the world ready for the iDiet? How can this app or any other personalized nutrition app gain popularity among consumers?
Yes, these were two questions. Well, as I presented, and I think that is the main takeaway from studying with large consumer samples, the iDiet app right now is not available to the masses, so we can't speak for real-world adoption. But we can talk about the interest in consumers, and the interest is large. And the need for consumers to use those solutions is large. So I think that this app and personalized nutrition meets demand in the population that we have right now. Well, could you repeat the second question?
Second is how could this type of apps get popularity among consumers?
Yes, so I think my response to that would be if the app would adopt some tagline along the ChatGPT of personal health, then we would probably see skyrocketing adoption rates right now. But yeah.
Do you think that if health professionals would support this type of apps, could lead to consumers to adopt it easily?
Yes, that is actually what we find in our research, that biggest reluctance in the majority of consumers is towards solutions that are solely based on artificial intelligence advice, but also not on advice from a doctor, which usually comes at a cost and availability. So the big advantage of providing personalized nutrition through an app is it is sitting in my pocket and in every consumer's pockets. So it is highly accessible, which is the perfect combination of having an agent such as a doctor who provides the trust into the advice, and then having the accessibility, the interface to that advice readily on a daily basis.
So maybe I'm going to jump to the doctor here and ask, well, as a clinician, what is your experience with personalized nutrition in your sector? And based on what we have heard today, can you discuss the potential impact of personalized nutrition on the prevention and management of chronic diseases in children?
All right. I can talk as a pediatrician because there is my experience. In pediatrics, we've never had a personalized kind of nutrition. The only thing I can recall is when, I think 20 years ago, there was a trend. We had some data then. In order to prevent allergic disorders in children, we tried to use partially hydrolyzed milk in infants. So the data we had, they were not very convincing, and we ended up with some kind of recommendations, and the kind of if you think you can choose to give partially hydrolyzed milk and to see if there are any results. That was the only thing. Some clinicians then adopted these recommendations. I wasn't one of them. I was never convinced of that. And after a little time, nobody used that. But the eye diet is something new. The eye diet and this kind of personalized diet targets to the microbiome. Microbiome is a very central system to our body. It modulates the immunological system. It's very central to our defense system and to how we create as humans. So, and this is through some dietetic advices. So, I think that if we can go to an eye diet application through this, we can change a lot of things. This approach, I think, it's revolutionary. It can change things because we have two things. The first thing is that we can prevent many diseases. That's for sure. The second thing, which has the same importance, is that I think that we can augment the traditional therapeutical regimes. So, you see, we very often provide drugs for some disorders, there are no perfect drugs. All drugs work up to a level. If we could augment their action through a modulation of the microbiome, and that means without adding another drug, that would be perfect. So I think if this eye diet can improve itself, it will be embraced by all clinicians. And you see, if a clinician gives an advice to a patient, patients usually follow this advice. So I think it's very, very crucial for the eye diet, to convince the clinicians that it has a role in the promotion of health, and then the other things, I think it will be much easier. Okay.
So I guess there's some patients that follow the recommendations, but it's also difficult to know if they're following all the way. I mean, I think, for example, in this case, it's an additional challenge, the fact that you require some, you're providing some data, right? Kai, this question is for you. So for being accurate, personalized nutrition requires a huge amount of personal data, right? Together with the great potential and opportunities that such approach has for our nutrition and health, it also opens some questions and concerns about data, on how is the data collected, handled, and then used. Can you please talk about those aspects and the main open challenges related to security and privacy, please?
Yes, thank you, absolutely. And yes, wherever there's data, there are concerns, there are risks. The more data you use, the more you need to think about the risks. What we do in our project, DRG for Food, and I think also very relevant to the eye diet discussion, and also what I heard today, is to see it in a bit of a bigger context. Or rather than just looking at privacy and security, I think it's the framework of trust that helps. Because trust needs to be built, it needs to be earned. And privacy and security for me and for us in the project are means to achieve trustworthiness, to build something that is trustworthy, to build an app that is trustworthy, and needs to be trustworthy in the eyes of the users. Not me as building someone. I mean, I can trust that product. Yeah, that's nice. But it needs to be trustworthy in the eyes of the users. And privacy and security are two of the means to achieve that. They're not the only ones, I think. So there's more to this. I had a very good presentation early in the morning. I think it was the second or third one, where there was also data integrity, but it's also human integrity. So how much data do you actually use? You know, what's the business model behind? And there's more dimensions to trust. There's also who's actually running that app. Right? It's not just the app. I mean, that's the technology. But beyond that, who's running the app? Who has the credibility or the trustworthiness to run an app? Let me give you an example. It makes a difference if Google is running that app, or if it's, I don't know, the European Union or someone in the European Union or so. Right? That makes a difference. And then beyond that, and you mentioned something in that direction, there's also a relational element of trust. Means who else is using it, or who's telling me to use it. Right? So doctors enjoy trust, and that is built over time. I mean, some of your patients you know for a long time. They're coming to the hospital, they see that building. So there's trust anchors, right? You have a nice title, and you dress like a doctor, you know, all these kind of things. I mean this in a good way, of course. Huh? So all these kind of things are kind of transporting trust. So we need to think about that bigger picture. And then going back to your question, privacy and security are very important in this day and age. The more things are digital, the more we need to think about privacy and security and data governance and integrity as parts of building that trust. And like I said, they're not the only ones.
Thank you very much. So I think I would like to jump to the legislation part, because as you mentioned, trust is very important, but how do we reflect and how we communicate this to the general public, the consumers. So Ali, I would like to ask you, currently, what are the main gaps in the current legislations that need to be addressed to facilitate the development of personalized nutrition in Europe?
Well, I think we talked about data and the use of data and a lot already, so I won't go into details on the GDPR or anything like that. That's also not my main expertise, so that's a good thing, I think. But what we also see is we talk about personalized nutrition also in the context of the project that you've been working on for the last few years, not just as a nutrition service, but also in its implementation in healthcare. And that's where different regulatory fields actually touch upon each other. Are we talking about a nutritional service? Are we talking about nutritional and more lifestyle-related advice? Or are we actually talking about healthcare-related services? If you see that, for example, on a product level, if we would talk about personalized nutrition, you cannot promise that a food product is actually treating a disease, because by law it's immediately considered to be a medicinal product by presentation. And we also see those borderline issues, those gray area issues between medicinal products, foods, other lifestyle-related elements, medical devices, such things. We also see that when we talk about personalized nutrition advice or services, like an app talking about a full dietary perspective. So you see that it's quite scattered. Lots of different elements are regulated already, either on a European level or more on a national level. When it comes to healthcare, it's very often on a national member state level. So you have to be quite, I think, an expert in those different regulatory fields when you want to introduce something. And that makes it very complicated. And I can imagine that's a huge burden to actually introduce something with regards to a business model. That makes it quite complex. And I think if we want to make sure that we can move forward, it needs to be a bit clearer. I think these gray areas need to be unraveled a bit further.
Thank you so much. I would like now to see if there are some questions from the audience. I'm going to give you my microphone.
Thank you. There are two connected and slightly provocative questions. The first is, do we genuinely see that the iDiet is for the masses, everybody, and not just the worried wealthy well? And I did warn you it was slightly provocative. And the other question is if we do genuinely see it as for the masses, how do we cascade that down through society and reach the hard-to-reach groups who at the moment are more worried about where dinner is coming from, not the nutritional balance of that dinner?
Thank you for your questions. Is anybody wants to answer? It was not addressed to anybody, so okay, Kai, go ahead, please.
Well, I think, quite frankly, I think all digital business models or digital approaches raise the question of inclusion. For me, that's given. That's the thing. I mean, I was also missing this a little bit in the studies earlier because I was thinking, what about demographics? I mean, there are certain age ranges or certain people that might not even use digital technologies. They don't have a smartphone. How can they be reached? Well, certainly not through an app, right? So yes, I think that question is there. Beyond people that care just to have something on their table, there is also a certain amount of skepticism towards digital technologies by and large. So I think there's also a macro dimension to trust. We've seen this at play during the COVID pandemic. I mean, there were so good digital solutions to contact tracing and so forth, and the adoption rates in some countries have been disappointing. And why is that? Because the macro level of trust was not really favorable. And then tying this back to Ali, what you just said on regulation, I think we need to think beyond regulation, because the government can also do other things than just regulate. and also going back to what you just said, so maybe the iDiet app at this point in time will not reach everybody because it can't. It can't because not everybody has a smartphone. Does that mean we should not do it? I don't think so, because we need to pioneer these things and they need to sink in. And I'd rather have some of these positive examples, trying out things, and we saw that it does work for some people. And then we need to think about the dynamics of how change in our society is created and how new technologies or new innovations are being adopted. And you need to start somewhere. And that being said, we just had that, Darius and myself in a break, we had this discussion that it's not just the utility of an app that defines if it will be adopted, and it's also not just the trust dimensions, but there's also in this day and age a trend and a hype mechanism around these things, right? So on TikTok or so, there are trends, or even before that, Ice Bucket Challenge doesn't make sense at all. You know, I mean, it's an old example, I know, but I hope everybody knows it. It doesn't have any form of utility, but there's a hype generated around it, and then people adopt it. So that is, for me, would be one of the questions. How do we make something like personal nutrition an Ice Bucket Challenge, that people really think they need to have this and need to be part of this because there's a fear of missing out? These are some of the dimensions we need to think about beyond the pure technology. And in that sense, no, I think it starts as something for a selected few, and hopefully then triples and over time gets more accepted with the help of, for example, doctors and many, many other more.
May I add? Sorry.
Yes.
It's just a comment about what you said. Is that maybe if you know all the people have access to mobile devices to use this approach of personalized nutrition, maybe if we are able to implement this kind of personalized nutrition to give the option to clinicians to use for their patients, regular patients. Yep. It doesn't matter if you are healthy, you know, in primary care, and they provide the personalized nutrition counseling to the patients they have, and the analysis of the gut microbiome could be another approach to reach little by little to the consumers. Mm-hmm. You know, and don't have such differences in inequality that they could have. Maybe.
Absolutely.
I think that from a clinical point of view, the iDiet is for the masses, but this will be in the long run. For the time being, we have to aim special patients group, like celiac diseases or the allergic patients, for those who have data. And after time and after the evolution of the iDiet and the data we collect every now and then, and I think that will be a very valuable tool for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I agree also on that. I think trust will be higher when you can already show some results that the app or the research, I mean, all what we're doing at the project is working, has some impact on people's health. So I guess we're on the way of building this trust toward this type of technologies. We have some questions from our online, from our anonymous friends. Well, one of them is, could accessibility be a challenge, particularly for vulnerable populations? Personalized nutrition apps might not be accessible to all users, particularly those who do not have access to smartphones or the internet. This could lead to unequal access to the benefits of personalized nutrition interventions. Well, I agree. We were just discussing this.
I think we just touched upon it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, confirmation, I think, from our side. What one could think about, and you mentioned it, is ways of adding an analog element to it for the time being. So not just offer something like this in a digital fashion or offer it through others. Same holds for children, for example. They cannot use the app. They shouldn't, probably. It's not built for them, but somebody needs to use it for them. Or also a lot of people who are not in the state to use digital technologies. That being said, we need to be, of course, careful from a research point of view that we're not covering everyone, right? So whatever you learn from that app, you also need to be careful to incorporate that it is a selection of the population, which, why am I saying this? I'm not a researcher myself, but I'm seeing this very often. That I was recently at the presentation and somebody said, well, we have this new algorithm analyzing Twitter for the inflation rate. And I asked the gentleman if he knows the percentage of people that are actually on Twitter, and he didn't. And the second question was, do you know the amount of fake profiles on Twitter? Also that he didn't know. So we need to be careful, you know. Also, it's a two-way street, so to say. It's a fraction of the population that will be on these apps, and not necessarily all of them, as experience shows, are real people. But there are also, you know, there's actors interested in messing with the data that is being generated.
Well, I think it's very difficult, Darius, to target all the population. I mean, for any type of product or development, you have a sector that it's not going to be covered. So I guess this is a good start. And then having these questions on how we could target some other populations, target groups, it's a good start to start to reflect and maybe an idea for another project.
I wanted to add that we first of all have to define what is a vulnerable person, or what was it? Yes, who are the people who are vulnerable considered in this population, and what are they just have different needs again. And then when we go back to what we studied with consumers, there's not one solution that fits all. And there will be one solution for people who are willing to adopt nutritional advice from artificial intelligence, but there are those who will never be swayed by AI and will go to the doctor, and they will have a doctor. So vulnerable populations already are in care, and maybe this solution is then not for them. But regardless, we can provide a solution to the masses, because in this day and age, we see that the majority of the population do have access to smartphones and applications, mobile applications. And yes.
And I do think to also reflect shortly upon the food security issue, if you think about for who can adhere to the diet, right? Who can actually make a financial commitment to buying the app, reaching out to potentially that extra dietitian or a healthcare professional in an additional part of the app, or who can also stick to the dietary advices based on what is recommended. I think that's, again, something to think about in potentially a new project, because I think especially seeing the different effects of economic changes to the population, that there is a larger group of the population, who has a more difficult time to actually get everything on their plate that they would need in a general way. So even personalizing it might be more complex for them. So considering that financial aspect and trying to make it as accessible as possible is something I think, that should be something for any researcher working on personalized nutrition. That should be in the back of our minds, to think about how can we make it as accessible as possible to any type of vulnerable population, whether it being access to smartphones, access to carers, or financial aids, anything like that. Make it as accessible as possible.
I think, we should jump into the second round of questions. I just want to say that I think the iDiet has also this feature that you could change the type of products. So depending on, if you can't afford it, for example. So I think that's something very nice that the app has to offer. Maybe let's jump to the next round of questions now.
Yeah, I think otherwise we can probably discuss only on this point alone for the rest of the day. I would like to jump back to Darius now. You, in your introductory presentation, you discussed if the world is ready for the iDiet app. But let's twist this around. Is the iDiet app, or maybe personalized nutrition in general, is this ready for the world at the moment, and what could be next steps and technologies to be implemented in these approaches?
Yes, there are many ways to answer this. So if we think about different type of populations like vulnerable groups, maybe the elderly, then this personalized nutrition advice should be provided through robots. But luckily those exist nowadays as well. One thing we learned from the studies is that there are some service aspects that are more valued than others, and those would be the obvious ones that any future commercialization of an iDiet app should improve on. And that would be, for instance, allowing access to some human agent who can back up if there are some questions, for instance, about the nutritional advice provided. There's what was highly valued is the aspect of personalization, so allowing that solution to input your own needs and goals, for instance, fitness goals. Those would be all points to further improve such a solution in the market.
Okay, thank you very much, Darius. So what I take from this is basically that there are a lot of different opportunities and possibilities to develop different kinds of technologies, be it like through targeted groups or be it like robots for seniors. So with all these technologies being developed, and I'm looking at Kai now, they need to be developed. There need to be money that needs to be invested in that. And one example is represented by the DRG for Food project that offers small grants to researchers. Could you provide a bit more information on this initiative and highlight how it can ensure that the citizens' privacy is safeguarded in that amount?
Mm-hmm. Well, in the project that we just started, well, actually not just, it was in December, so it's half a year already, time flies. But I think we had a good start off to something very interesting because, as you said, part of the project is to distribute in open calls some funding to develop enablers, to develop tools that can be used for data sharing in the food system. And this in a responsible fashion. So to build trust, and I was talking about trust earlier, we think we need to build in responsibility and digital responsibility around privacy, cybersecurity, data governance into these tools and into the processes that go into developing these tools. And what I like very much about our approach and about the approach that the European Commission also asked for is that it is asking for a number of solutions, not just one. And why do I think that's a good thing? Because there are diverse challenges out there in the food system. I mean, think about it. The food system, there's not one food system, there's so many stakeholders. Virtually all of us are stakeholders in the food system, which makes it so interesting, right? But also so challenging at the same time. That's one of the few systems that no one can say I'm not a part of, because how could you? I mean, we're all eating, we're all some part of this system. Hence, the challenges are very diverse. Hence, we are looking to create a number of tools and approaches for that food system. And to do so as a project, we're doing three things. It doesn't start with the open calls, but it starts with the right framework. So we're developing a framework on how do you actually bring in digital responsibility around privacy, cybersecurity, data governance into our project, but also into the development processes. That's number one. Kind of trust by design, if you will. So thinking privacy by design, cybersecurity by design, one step further. Second, we aim at supplying a toolbox for open call participants. We saw when the iDiet app was introduced, we saw this nice picture. I'm so sorry, Veronica. Yeah, Veronica. You showed that picture of the Lego bricks. Huh? So into an app, there's a lot of pieces that go into. And that's what we would like to already provide open source to some of the open call participants, some of these Lego bricks, because there are a lot out there, but it's difficult to find them, right? So the idea is maybe we can come up with a toolbox that enables others to take them and with these Lego bricks come up with something really fancy, something really creative that we didn't think about. So the bricks as such, they might not be that interesting on their own, but developers and people out there are very creative. They can come up with something that is very nice if you give them the Lego bricks in the first place. That's the toolbox. And then we give them in the open calls, we give them also some money to do so. Not to play with the money, but to have the money to play with these Lego bricks in the framework that we provide. That's the idea. And we hope that something good comes out of this. Will all of these tools be ready for the market and perform like hell? No, they won't, because that's not how the world works. You need to try out things, and some of them will fail. And that's exactly why we get public money to do that and to incentivize some of these trials and try out some of the things. And now, if I may, I close the circle to the iDiet app and to this project. There's a lot of learning for us in this project, and that's exactly why we're here at the conference. And we aim to take a lot of these learnings and then kind of build them into the process from day one. So learn from this, build it into this, and I don't know, come up with, maybe even collaborate with the iDiet app or whatever. I mean, there's so much opportunity here on the table. So yeah, looking forward to doing that. Thank you.
Great, I'm happy to hear that, and I think the project coordinator is also very happy to hear that.
We'll talk later. That's not a threat.
We'll see. Now, besides the technologies that we've been talking about, we also heard about different aspects. We heard about different research aspects. We heard about the microbiome, very state-of-the-art science that is being researched right now, but also about different supplements, different solutions that can feed into a personalized nutrition. But they, as Gustavo said, they need to enter the market. I would like to ask Ali now, is the regulatory framework somewhat ready for these relatively new approaches? And what are there for obstacles for people that want to bring these personalized nutrition solutions to the market right now?
Well, I think, like I said, it's quite scattered, so you have to be very clear on what kind of product am I delivering, what is the scientific evidence behind the fact that it actually works, and can I promise that to my target group? And I think it's actually the interplay between the science and the legislation that makes it sometimes quite challenging. That, for example, at this moment in time, lots of nutrition and health claims that we see are focused on one ingredient of one food product, targeting the general population. But if we want to move towards more personalized marketing of certain diets or certain food products or certain ingredients, we have to focus on different types of target groups. And me as a customer, I also need to know whether I do actually fall into the target group, right? So that's a mix of advices, services being offered, being available, being readily available, and the products that are marketed or that are showing me that I indeed should focus on those products. So it's really a combination of having the scientific evidence to market these products. And for some things, you can definitely develop these. And I think there's more and more products focusing on targeted approaches and more services targeting certain consumer segments. But really making one personalized diet for me as a customer, that might still be quite challenging to gather all the evidence available, make sure that I can indeed eat products that are maybe containing lots of tannins, which could be safe for me, but not safe for my neighbor. So these elements, these individual differences, these variations, they might actually be, well, underlying some scientific questions related to safety, related to health. And that's quite challenging, of course, in the regulatory framework, because we talk about food safety for the general population. We talk about health effects for the general population very often. So this targeted aspect, I think, needs to be more embedded, but there's a lot of possibilities already to start developing products, to start introducing products, services, and advices, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I think it's good to also incorporate a little bit the questions or the input that we gathered from the various people that watch us right now online, and maybe also from the audience. One comment that kind of stuck out to me was actually apps replacing professionals like dietitians. That person does not think that it will work, but many of the patients don't know dietitians and prefer an app for simplicity of reasons. Looking at Kostas, being the clinician in the room, you worked with the people on site, you worked with the children, of course, and also their parents. How did it work for you in the Stance4Health trials? What is your experience from conducting this research? What was the feedback maybe also from the participants?
Do you want the truth or not?
We're here to learn, so the truth and nothing but the truth. And maybe also, what are lessons learned from these feedbacks that you received? So what would you do differently with the knowledge that you have right now?
Okay, the good news is that it wasn't very difficult to persuade them to enter the trial. And that was because there wasn't any intervention with a kind of drug. It was just food, healthy food. Mm-hmm. We explained them that this is a kind of thing that we will try to improve your health by giving you the right advice, the right food advice. Okay, that was the good news. So, not much difficulty here. The difficult thing was with the complexity of the advice. So people, parents, had to follow the iDiet who was giving them some information, not information, some structure, yes. It was saying what to cook for the next day. So just imagine. In my country, at least, usually in the families, both parents are working. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think that this is the norm in the most of Europe. So mothers usually cook. They come back from work at home at 5 or 6 in the evening. So they have the advice from the iDiet what to cook. Let's say that they start to cook. Okay, they make the meal, and then they have to face their children. You see, children are difficult. Children are peculiar. Children sometimes are weird. When they say no, they mean it. It's very difficult to change their mind. So what the mother will do, she will try for a couple of minutes to change their mind, to make them accept the meal. 99% they will fail. After a couple of minutes, she has 2 choices. The first is to cook something very quickly, like an omelette or fried potatoes. All right. The other thing is to order a pizza or souvlaki in Greece. Okay, not very healthy. That's what most mothers face when they come back from work. And on top of that, think that the mothers are tired. Sometimes they are exhausted. They don't have the nerves even to say to the iDiet, today, instead of chicken with potatoes, I gave them souvlaki. Mm-hmm. Okay, sometimes even that. Even this thing, to say to the iDiet that we made a change, is difficult for them. And this is one thing. The other thing is that mothers have to think for the whole family. Usually when they cook, they don't cook for a child. They cook for the whole family. Mm. Families And children, because usually they have other children in the family, they have preferences. Many preferences for the taste, for the texture, for the feeling in the mouth, for the smell. My daughters never ate chickpeas because they didn't smell well. They didn't like the smell. They never tasted them. This is something very, very common in children. So they have to think the other children. They have to think the whole family. It's not easy. So I think that in order for an application to work properly, they have to know the preferences of the family as a whole, not only for the children. It has to be targeted in the family. Another thing, another difficulty was with the supplements, the tannin supplements. What was the problem? The biscuits with the cocoa biscuits were hard. They were hard to chew. It wasn't easy for the children to chew them. So they tried them for a few days, and then they stopped using it. They stopped eating them. Even if they were not hard, I'm sure that they would soon get bored of them. You see, children are getting bored very easily. You need to have a lot of choices in order to give supplements. Try jellies next time. Okay, jellies. Biscuits of different flavors, of different textures. That will be very important in order to accept to eat supplements. Okay. These were the problems we've met, and you see, although a few months ago, we saw that some of these problems were insuperable. We cannot cope with that, so we decided to create something like a helpline. I found a volunteer who was on the telephone 7 days a week. She was taking phones from parents who were asking for technical things, advice on the food, how can I cook this, I do not understand this recipe, and all that. Even that, it didn't overcome the problem. Even with that, we still had problems. So it's very difficult. Children are a very difficult population. We have to think of very aspects of this problem if we want to succeed with the diet.
Okay, thank you very much, Kostas. I think it's very important to have this view also on the real direct feedback from the people that are actually eating and trying out these products. And of course, personalized nutrition also starts with personalized taste buds. So yeah. I think you also gave us some little testimonials that...
Yes. Are you going to show them?
That would be the plan, yes.
Yeah. Okay, but just a warning. Those testimonials are not representing of our population. There are 3 parents that they are of higher education. 2 of them are doctors, and the other is a psychologist. So you see, they are they could very well understand what we were trying to do, and that this thing was very good for the health of their children. On top of that, I attended their children for many years, so they didn't want to make me unhappy. So they were a bit more polite than I would like. Okay.
Morning from Athens, Greece. My name is Evangelia Liakou and I am a participant in your study. I'd like to congratulate you for a very interesting, modern and forward-thinking research model. The mobile app was really user-friendly and so easy to navigate through it. This has been a prime chance to utilize a healthy and nutritional lifestyle in my family. The only feedback I'd like to share is that some recipes were complex and quite specialized for our kids' dietary habits. I wish you success and good results. Bye from Athens.
Hello. It was a great experience that we got involved in this project. Congratulations for this initiative, and I hope more initiatives like that will take place in the future. It was great for us that we adopted new eating healthy habits, and I think that our children improved the gut system. Taking part in this study, we're considering the meaning of food intake, and we're happy to get involved in similar projects in the future. Congratulations and thank you.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to being a part of that great project. Initially I found it, the thought of it was quite difficult, but eventually being through the process it was quite interesting and not that difficult at the end. I have to admit that the iDiet gave me some good ideas about healthy meals, and I think I will follow those even after the end of that project. But I have to admit that there were some difficulties. Some recipes, ideas were not quite close to our lifestyle and what we used to do here in Greece. But I think with some changes, I managed to get through even some difficult recipes ones as well. I hope that more projects like that will take place in order to ameliorate more families' lifestyle and leading to a more healthy society. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think there was some real-life examples, some real-life feedback, I think, even if we have to take it with a grain of salt, of course, but I think it's good to have these voices from the public. Looking at the time, I think, Camila, do you want to go over to the third round of questions, or do you have something in mind for the questions that we have from Slido right now?
Let's try to go very quickly through to the last questions and try to incorporate some of the questions that we have from the public. Otherwise, we're going to answer all these questions after the conference. So, Darius, with the availability of several breakthrough innovations, AI, this metaverse and so on, their potential applications in personalized nutrition is yet not fully realized. Can you think or suggest possible future uses or developments of these technologies in personalized nutrition?
Yes, so I think the background right now for any consumer is that the consumers typically now live in a world where they're extremely under pressure. They're under time pressure, they're under resource pressure, facing high inflations, and then they also face environmental threats that also face threats to their personal health. So I think that artificial intelligence is going to be part of the solution, and we are just entering that age of artificial intelligence. And one major contribution in the future will be, right now, the entire data that is used for this personalized nutrition is just based on small samples compared to when we will see larger adoption and actually can harvest the data from many, many more users and then use artificial intelligence to actually uncover the secrets behind the microbiome that will then further help to improve personal health.
And then make it more precise, to make the output, indeed. So I'm going to jump to Kai, and building on Darius' question at the beginning of his presentation, what are the primary steps that should be taken, and by whom, to ensure that such innovations are trustworthy by default, especially with regards with the citizens' data rights?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it starts with that awareness and with that goal in mind. And I literally mean it starts with that goal in mind. So I do not think in this day and age the question should be, okay, we have a bit of data, what do we do with it? But more like, what's the use case? And also the examples that you've given, Kostas, show that. It's the all of these examples and also the quotes we heard were some of my needs were not met, and the needs are multifaceted. It's not just the nutrition that matters in food, but it matters the life situation. It matters the habits and so forth. So making sense of these actual needs and then tying data-based approaches to them for me is a given. And then doing this always having in mind considerations around privacy, cybersecurity, data fairness, putting the human first and not the data, these kinds of values, I would even say. So, trust can be based on principled behavior. So we need to be very clear of these principles at the very outset of designing tools, solutions, digital approaches. I think we're getting there. It's not just a matter of regulation, meaning GDPR. It is also a matter of regulation, but in my view, being trustworthy goes beyond compliance. So it's not enough to be compliant and say, oh, we did GDPR, we did that. But it's a bit more than that. And I believe that this will even make apps that are built on this more competitive because where they're better received on the receiving end by the users. At least that's still my belief, and that's our belief in the project, and we're trying to demonstrate that. And it's easy to say that, of course, we still have it ahead of us, but that's our belief, that's our promise in the project. And let's see at the end of 2025 if we achieve that, these results, and then maybe even, exploit them beyond the project. That's, of course, the hope.
I would like to add also that it's on how we communicate this information to the users and the consumers, because we can have everything stated, but we really have to understand what are their needs and how do they think and communicate it properly, so they get they trust they get the trust in the product you're selling.
Absolutely, yeah. Just one sentence to this. Absolutely, I think the communication and the transparency piece here are key, and I think that's a core difference to how we looked at privacy and security and data in the past, where yes, it was built in somehow, but now I think we need to make it more visible. So I'm talking about explicit trust rather than implicit trust, right? So we need to make it explicit. These are the principles that, for example, the iDiet app are based on. If you want, read a little bit more about it here. 90% of the people won't do that, but the very fact that they could, that's the trust piece.
Well, thank you, Kai. I'm going to jump to Ali now, and I would like to ask you, according to your expert opinion, what are the top 3 urgent actions that legislators at the European Union and at the national level should take regarding personalized nutrition?
I think it needs to be clarified from a policy perspective and maybe from a societal perspective in general. What do we expect from personalized nutrition and what does fall under it, and what promises shouldn't we make also in our research and in the projects that we do? That's a very important aspect. These gray areas, they need to be further unraveled, I would say. And I think one of the comments that was on the screen is also, for example, that there is a certain, this anonymous person is afraid, I think, for certain AI, fake elements, fake information. And I think if I look at my students who can write very interesting papers using ChatGPT, and very convincing papers with very convincing, BS. I have to be very honest about that, but that's also ChatGPT, supporting them. And if you're not extremely knowledgeable on the topic, you might be very easily convinced because they can even help you, AI even helps you to get a reference. So I think we need to make sure that the evidence base should be the core of everything that is done. And I think this is one of the projects showing how important that evidence base is and building that evidence base further. And I think that's a second point that policy advisors should push forward to increase that evidence base. And I think one of the things we see in the personalized nutrition sphere is that lots and lots of different initiatives are taken. And that's also one of the comments I think of some of the online viewers is, what about the abundance of different types of apps and services available? And I think trying to combine these different elements, doing that in projects like yours, trying to make it feasible to use different sources of information that are collected already through, for example, European projects, and building upon that further should be stimulated as well. Trying to make it data interoperable, trying to make it as fair as possible, that it's used interchangeably, that would also be something that policy should be recommending. So it's not just regulations that need to be unraveled, but there's more towards, I think, the science that should be pushed forward.
Thank you very much, Ali. And now to finalize this third round and the conference, I would like to ask Kostas. There was a comment before about the test of the microbiota and all these fecal sample tests. They're not common in the regular checkups that we do at the doctor every year. So I don't want to influence your answer here, but how do you envision personalized nutrition being integrated into medical care? And what are some of the barriers to implementing this type of approach?
Barriers. Yeah. Yes. First of all, we need money. Demosthenes has said that. We need money. We cannot do anything without that. Why we need money? Because, first of all, we have to build our knowledge on the microbiome. We have to learn what exactly this microbiome is doing and how it interferes with our body. So that needs lots of basic research. We have to know all that, and then we have to try to implement it in medicine. The barriers. After that, we have to wait to be adapted by the professionals. I think the professionals, doctors, are the key. If they adapt it, then it would be easy. You see, I've said that before. The private sector in medicine usually is looking for those things. I mean, if we know that there are some very good data and some good guidelines about the microbiome, sooner or later there were very much laboratories that will analyze the microbiome, and then this will be the next step. The next step will be for the public sector to adopt it. One step and then the second step, and that's it. But till then, we have a lot of things to do. And
thank you. I guess it's like try to work more in the prevention of diseases than the treatment of diseases at the end.
Yes. That's another thing. I think there's a key point here. In order for this kind of applications to work, they have to be very simple. They have to be simple and flexible. We don't have to expect to go and doing like this question like this. They have to go into the house and ask something like Alexa. Alexa, turn on the light, please. I died. What will I have to cook today? Spinach with rice. Okay. No, I don't have that, and supermarkets are closed now. Any other possibilities? Yes, you can have... Yes. Something like that. And the other thing is that if we want to start an intervention like this and to expect good results, especially in the field of prevention of the diseases, we have to start it early. That's for for two reasons. The first one is that we know that the microbiome changes very quickly in the first few years, and these changes seem to be very crucial. They seem to modulate the immunological system. So the first 2 years. Also, the first 2 years are very crucial for another thing. We know that children adapt to different tastes. I mean that they choose their preferences with what they are going to eat in the first 2 years. So if we give them a lot of choices, a lot of healthy choices, then they most likely will keep those choices and in their later life. So it will be more easily to implement an intervention like this later, because they will know those foods and they will not object to eating them.
Thank you so much, Kostas. I don't know about the time.
Yeah, I mean, time is
run out.
We're always running out of time.
Yeah.
With these encouraging and interesting discussions, I think there is never enough time. I would maybe like to close this. I'm sorry, I just can't undo it. But looking back at the introductory presentation from Darius, maybe in one sentence, could you answer the question? Is the world ready for personalized nutrition? Is the world ready for iDiet? In one sentence.
In one word, yes.
Oh, okay.
You
can also do one word, of course.
I think there's an asterisk to it. Write everything I said earlier about the trust and all these kind of things.
Kostas.
Yes, it's ready for the first step.
Okay, Ali?
I'm going to agree with the yes and the very annoying buts. We have to unravel some aspects, both, well, from a legislative perspective, but especially from a scientific perspective.
And finally, Darius?
It better be, because we're facing very much challenges to our personal health, and general dietary guidelines don't cut it in this day and age, where we have so many allergies and so on, where personalized nutrition can prevent diseases, and the world is ready. And we just ran a study with real advertisements online for a personalized nutrition service app, and with 17,000 impressions, we got like an interest rate of 4.9%, which is above average for ads online. So we do see the interest is there, and this is evidence for the world is ready, and it's going to be exciting to see what the users will make out of it.
Fantastic. That was a very long sentence, but I take Okay. I think we would like to close this interesting panel discussion now. Thanks so much to all the panelists on stage here. Jose, I'm sorry that we took a little bit of your time, but I guess you will say a few words and
I wanted to thank the online audience for the very good questions, and we didn't have time to address them, but there were brilliant questions there.
We will come back to the online audience, and I also think they deserve a special round of applause, maybe even for the very interesting contribution and input to that. So thanks everyone, thanks for this panel discussion, and
just before we close the conference, I would like to ask you, like, if you're wondering, or have you asked yourself about this one? Like, we didn't create it for ourselves. These little ones were developed, and they were given to the children that were part of the interventions, so they could feel motivated and more engaged to follow the advice from the app. So that's why they were created, not just for fun. Yeah, I can serve as a pillow, or yeah. So yeah, I think we're ready to finish. Thank you very much. As Stefan said, I don't know if you would like to say a final word, no? Okay.
This is up to you.
Okay.
You have to.
Yeah,
As
it's supposed to be
coordinator
like
of
that.
the project, I don't think there's any way around it.
Doesn't matter. You are the organizers of the meeting, so at the end, you are the responsible of the bad things. I know always that even if you are German or not, doesn't matter if you want to be strict with the time, we are always run out of time. So I didn't prepare anything for my last speech here. So it's not a speech, it's just a very long sentence, okay? I would like to acknowledge to all of you for being here, okay? And to still be seated there with your bottom flat plane, put it there with such much long time. I enjoyed it a lot. Today, I learned a lot. I'm also very happy when we were preparing, drafting the project, okay, in 2017. Long time ago. You know, I took many information, you know, from previous funded projects, Food for Me, okay? I said, oh, we are going to extend what they do what they did in that project. And now I'm checking that other projects, I'm going to extend what we are going to do. And so I think that this is something that really matters, and doing things, and we are contributing to the spread, not research, to spread the knowledge and the improvement of human beings, you know. So at the end, all our effort, and you still need to be more effort, okay, till the project closed. Don't worry about that. It's something nice. So finally, I must confess also, I'm also a sinner. Not the same kind of sinner, but I know that I press all my partners to work a lot. But I must confess, I love pressing people, you know, to work and to do things. This is my reality. But I almost confess that I learned a lot from you, from all of you, okay? I suffer your mails, calls, all the things, you know, but you know that I must say here in the public manner that at the end, you know, that just a little bit part of my heart will be always with you, okay? You know that I'm here just to say thank you so much for being here and just enjoy in a couple of hours with some beers or whatever outside, okay? So thank you.
Thank you for our external speakers for being here today. We appreciate you being here, also for the project partners. And let's go for the networking now. Thank you for the online audience also to be with us. And we're going to have the recordings of the sessions and also the questions answered in, very soon. So, well, thank you so much. Bye.